broad spread tax cuts for American taxpayers that we've ever had in the United States. And it brought in more tax revenue by about 48% from 2017 to 2024. It was a 48% increase in revenue, in tax revenue.
And does that come from, the argument is, does that come from growth?
It comes from growth. It comes from the number of people that were encouraged to move their money out of tax deferrals into tax incentive, whether it's for their own self and their families, or whether their companies expanding their operations and producing more things that would actually also lower inflation, because that's one of the things that causes inflation when you have too few things. Mm-hmm. So it was good on a lot of accounts. It also, if you care about income imbalance, there was a dramatic increase in the percent of tax revenue that was created by the upper 1%. 1% went from 42% of all income tax revenue to 45%. So they were actually paying more as a percentage of income tax after the tax cuts. So on many fronts, it was a very positive thing. The problem is that it's not just Democrats who were saying some of this. Some Republicans, at least enough who might present a problem for passing this reconciliation between the Senate Republicans and the House Republicans.
Presumably Republicans that are worried about the deficit.
They're worried about the debt. They claim that you have to pay for a tax cut. And I just mentioned all the figures that show that not only did they pay for themselves, but much more than pay for themselves. They brought in about twice as much revenue as we had in inflation. So it was an extraordinarily successful program. Probably it kept us from going into a serious recession during the Biden administration. Remember, we had one period where there were two back-to-back downward moves of the GDP, which is kind of shorthand for a recession. They didn't call it a recession, but we would have had a serious recession if we hadn't had the Trump tax code in place. Now, the problem is most Americans are unaware, at the end of this year, they go away. All those wonderful things that happen because of the Trump tax cut go away, and we get one of the biggest tax increases that we've ever had before, if the Republicans can't knock their heads together and come up with a solution, with a reconciliation package. So this is a very critical period for the economy.
Is this just one for one, like sign off on renewing what happened in 2017, or are there tweaks to be made around the margins to get it passed?
Well, that's what one of the things they're trying to work out in the reconciliation package. And of course, Donald Trump wants to have his, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on seniors with Social Security. So those are the three big ones that they want to add to in a reconciliation package. It could be because right now the Republicans control both the Senate and the House by a very slim margin, but they do have the control. They could do that in a reconciliation. There are some parliamentarian rules that might stand in the way, but basically I think everybody agrees. If they can get their heads together, and if Donald Trump can knock some of their heads together, some of those who are recalcitrant, we could have a great new beginning. I don't want to call it a golden age. I don't want to sound too political, but the point is that we would, I believe, have a big shot in the arm for the economy.
Now, there are reports that there are considerations by the president and maybe some Republicans in Congress of actually raising tax rates for America's wealthiest. Maybe maybe whatever it is, over $1 million, you pay a higher rate. Right. Do you see it happening? How would investors respond to it? Would enough Republicans go along? It would certainly undercut a political argument.
It would be a disaster economically and politically. It would be a disaster because, as I mentioned before, the tax receipts from the richest have increased the most dramatically, and not just with individuals, but the corporate tax rates. Remember, there was this dramatic, in the 2017 package, Trump's first tax cut package, his only tax cut package, but the one that everybody's dealing with right now, corporate taxes went from over 30% to 21%. That is a huge drop. And what happened to revenue? The actual taxes that corporations paid increased 158%, from $200 billion to $530 billion, which is how much we got in 2024. So if there were taxes went up on the corporate side, it is fair to assume that we would lose revenue and that it would harm economic expansion in the corporate sector. There would be less economic activity. The debt would actually grow as a result. It would, and I submit that politically, the Republicans would stand a better chance of losing the midterm, the 2026 midterm elections, both in the House and in the Senate, and that would lead to a lame duck presidency of Donald Trump for his last 2 years.
One thing that was contentious in 2017, I assume will be again when they're negotiating this summer, is the SALT tax. Explain, some people don't really care or know about it. People in higher tax states like around the New York, New Jersey area, obviously care about it quite a bit more.
Right.
And that's something that actually had some Democrats back then, and even some Democratic voters saying, well, I don't want that.
A SALT tax, by the way, stands for state and local taxes, and it's not a tax, it's a deduction. If you live in a blue state where taxes are very high, like New York or Illinois or California, you were able to deduct almost an unlimited amount of the taxes you paid for state and local taxes from your federal taxes. And that was lowered, that deduction was lowered to $10,000. So you could only deduct up to $10,000. And there are a lot of particularly wealthy people, and those Democrats who say that the Republicans are only interested in the wealthy. Well, this really hurt wealthy people.
Yeah,
and it was part of the Trump 2017 tax code, lowering that deduction to $10,000. There are a few Republicans in blue states, even in districts that went against Trump in the 2024 general election, who want to change that, who want to go back to the days when blue state wage earners or corporations were able to deduct more of their taxes.
The Republicans I've talked to in Congress, and even Democrats, kind of concede it's hard to imagine that this, at least mostly, won't get done. Again, maybe some changes around the margins, but I assume there's value in certainty and not letting this just go down to the wire, fighting.
Absolutely, particularly now when the markets are so uncertain. You see, what's happening with the markets right now, and a lot of people, Ken Fisher is one of them, who's very non-political in many ways, but he says he thinks the market has bottomed out because when you see these day-to-day fluctuations, as great as they are, fluctuating more to the upside. That is, you don't see the 1,000-point drops as much as, it may go negative 100 or 150, and then it ends up. That kind of, to him, indicates that we have reached a bottom in this market correction that we're going through right now. But having said that, anything can happen, and just the volatility alone shows you how unsure people are, particularly investors, about how all this is going to shake out.
Explain how the bond market affected the tariff decisions and the tariff delays, and why it really sort of illustrates why regular Joes might need to start caring more about the debt.
Well, you put your finger on it. It is the debt. We can't just, we're used to kind of talking about it, the 37 to $39 trillion debt.
Well, because when you get to that point, it's just not real.
Exactly. You can't wrap your head around a figure that large. But the fact is that the most dangerous moments in our economy, going back 100 years, is when we as a nation run into a problem of spending so far beyond our means that we can't sell our debt. When you can't sell your debt, you can't do anything. A financial crisis that comes from a debt bankruptcy by a nation, it doesn't get any worse than that, and it's long term. I mean, it may not be a depression, but it's like a super recession, and I would think back to 2009 as one of those examples. It took us a long time to climb out of that hole, and you don't want to get into that hole, and that's where we were getting into about a week and a half ago when Donald Trump got really nervous and said, okay, we'll put a 90-day pause on the main parts of the tariffs. So,
but are we so far gone that getting rid of, this and that and cutting a few thousand or even a million federal workers, is that just a drop in the bucket?
I don't think so. I mean, we're already up to about 140 billion in savings that have been produced, and we're, people forget it's kind of hard to realize because the Trump administration moves at light speed that it's only been a couple of months. If this continues, and of course Elon is not going to be working for Doge forever. He's only got about another 30 days or something from now, but Doge itself is going to be around. The people who've donated their time and energy to it, of course, some of them have to go back to the companies because they're not getting any money for this. But the intention of Doge will continue, I think, beyond the term of Elon and some of the leaders of Doge. So,
David Asman, thanks for popping by. David Asman,
thank
Fox
you.
Business.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Jordan Mailata, offensive tackle for the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm Nikki Mailata, Philadelphia Children's Alliance board member, child advocate, and lawyer.
Join us for the Philadelphia Children's Alliance annual Bear Affair fundraiser on May 1st at the National Constitution Center.
It's a one-of-a-kind event with a live and silent auction. The funds raised will support PCA's mission to end child sex abuse.
Get your tickets at bearaffair.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My wife listens to B101. We've been commuting together to work over the last month or so. Wanted to let you know that both of us find the show to be very funny. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, Mark and Kay.
Thank you, Mark.
Wow.
And Kay. We appreciate that. I'm not selfish. Like, if you want to give some love to some other stations, that's fine. We know you're going to come back here because our content is too compelling.
There you go.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Come on.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles, they see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Listen to Kayal and Company this morning at 7:30 for a major station announcement. Do not miss it. 1210 WPHT.
News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good start to the trading week on Wall Street Monday. The Dow up 312, the S&P 500 gained 43, the Nasdaq up 107. That after the president temporarily exempted smartphones and other electronics from some of his more stiff tariffs. Apple up over 2% Monday. A pause in auto tariffs may be next. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett on the tariff negotiations with other countries.
Even before the Reciprocal Trade Act was announced, I think we had 2 or 3 deals that were very, very close to being closed. In fact, the president will decide when he's satisfied with a deal and when he wants to announce it and how many all at once. But I can tell you the progress has been astonishing.
Hassett on Fox Business's Mornings with Maria. NVIDIA has announced it will produce its artificial intelligence supercomputers in the U.S. for the first time. Earnings reports today from Citigroup, Bank of America, and United Airlines. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Many police departments across the U.S. have a shared problem: not enough officers. In one survey by the International Association of Police Chiefs, nearly 2/3 of responding departments are reducing services or specialized units to meet patrol needs.
The Houston Police Department is hiring.
Recruitment videos and expos, part of the push to encourage a career protecting and serving.
Whether you're seeking adventure, stability, or the chance to make a positive impact, HPD is where you belong.
Houston's among the large departments that have been hundreds of officers short. The Baltimore Police Department also launching a new recruitment campaign recently as an ongoing shortage fuels concern about overtime.
If they are short-staffed and they're exhausted, the citizens are not getting the quality of policing that they need and that they deserve.
National Police Association spokesperson Betsy Brantner-Smith tells Fox 45 it can take longer to respond to calls and to solve crimes. But the shortages are not limited to big cities, and at this point, they're not new, accelerating after the police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis.
You know, we've been experiencing the shortage of police officers for the past 7 to 10 years. Unfortunately, things have gotten worse. Ever since we had the death of George Floyd, there seems to be an echo across the country among young people, particularly, that they don't want to join the profession.
Criminologist Alex Del Carmen oversees the criminal justice program at Tarleton State University in Fort Worth, Texas.
Whether it's because of the negative publicity that they receive or because of the fact that they simply fear for the liability aspect of it, right? But regardless, police departments are hurting across the nation.
It's interesting because we're nearly 5 years now after the death of George Floyd and the anti-police, movements and protests that it inspired. So are you saying that that's still having an impact on recruiting?
Absolutely. And so keep in mind that, 5 years ago, a lot of these young folks were not eligible to be police officers. Many of them were in high school, but they do have a long-term memory when it comes to those effects. And so by virtue of that, they enter college. By the time they get to be 21 years of age, which is the actual, most of the states has that as a minimum age to enter law enforcement, many of them are looking at other options.
What other issues are driving the recruitment problem? I'm guessing it's not just one.
No, I think, back in the day when we had the George Floyd incident, many politicians unfortunately responded with calls to simply defund the police. Then there were, social media exploded with images of law enforcement officers across the country doing one thing or the other. And unfortunately, people that don't know any better, they sort of, generalized and said, gee, it must be that all police officers are doing this. When in reality, those of us that have had the benefit and in my perspective, the honor of having worked with law enforcement for the past 27 years, as has been the case for me, we realize that most law enforcement officers are honest, decent, hardworking people, and that, sadly, we have a few that should have never been cops. But I would also say that many young people are very well informed. They know that law enforcement as a career is one that results in many divorces, right? It has the highest level of alcoholism among when compared to other careers. And on top of that, it also has issues related to mental illness.
I mean, law enforcement in general has always been a tough job, though, right? Has recruitment always ebbed and flowed, at least somewhat?
Yeah, it's always been a tough job, but what makes it different now is that people have cell phones, right? And I live in the state of Texas where we are a one-party consent state, which means that anybody can pull out a cell phone in a public place and record it. So police officers are constantly wearing body cams, dash cameras. People are recording what they do, what they don't do. In some cases, they've even tried to put drones up in the air to see what police officers are doing, to try to monitor police officers. That has not been in existence very long. And so by virtue of that is the job in itself has enough pressures. And then now you add to that extra layer of oversight and perhaps suspicion that all cops must be doing something wrong kind of attitude. And what we have at the end of the day is individuals that ask themselves on a daily basis, why am I doing this job? If no one likes me, no one seems to appreciate what I do, and I'm going to end up on having personal losses that, I will not be able to count them by the end of my career.
So in addition to problems recruiting, are these issues also fueling, more early retirements, more officers moving on to other careers instead?
No question. I've trained in 27 years about 15,000 police officers and every chief of police in the state of Texas. And I can tell you right now that police officers call me all the time and tell me, I'm 27 years in, I got 3 more years left, but I just can't take it anymore. Or in some cases, I'm making a decision to retire at 20 instead of 30 because of the fact that, I think that I can go and work for a technology company, get paid more money, and not have half the stressors that I have right now. It is truly an epidemic. We're losing a lot of brain power in law enforcement right now, a lot of folks with experience, and we're having young people enter the law enforcement profession without the guidance and mentoring that generation had, from the previous one.
Wow. So not enough new officers coming in, not enough older officers staying to help offer their guidance to the new officers who are coming in. Where is all of this headed? I mean, how can departments improve recruitment?
Well, departments are trying to be as inventive as they possibly can to try to attract young, energetic, and qualified people, right? In some cases, they're offering sign-up bonuses. They're telling them that they're going to pay for college. They're doing all sorts of things. But in the end, people have entered law enforcement for centuries in this country because they feel a calling to serve others. Not necessarily because it's going to carry benefits or have a better pay. All of those things should be, in fact, part of law enforcement. No question. It's a very difficult job. We should pay our cops a lot of money. But I would argue that in the end, it's about the calling. And I think what we have failed to do in our country in the past 5 to 10 years is to put a pause to individuals that want to scream and say that law enforcement is corrupt generally, and simply tell them to be silent and to actually look at the data, right? Which is, as a criminologist, that's what I look at, right? And the data actually shows that 99.9% of cops are honest, decent, hardworking people, and that we should give them their place and we should support them so that cities then have a better chance to recruit the very best of the best, and we won't have any problems. I fear for where we're going to be 5 or 10 years from now, where technology is only going to improve, criminals are only going to grow in numbers and sophistication, and cops are going to diminish in terms of numbers.
What about how it's affecting departments now in the meantime, this issue with recruiting? What kinds of adjustments do they have to make to be able to operate with fewer officers?
So most police chiefs will tell you that the primary job of law enforcement is to respond to 911 calls and or to be proactive, right, in the context of fighting crime. If you have a shortage of police officers that are out there patrolling the streets of a city or a jurisdiction, what you're going to be forced to do, which is what many agencies are doing right now, is putting their detectives on the road or removing specialized units and breaking them apart and then sending these officers out to patrol the streets. And so essentially you have an incredibly well-qualified person to do a specific job, i.e. a homicide review or investigation, and you're putting that person to do traffic, enforcement, because of the fact that you don't have any more police officers to send out on 911 calls. I mean, it's really unfortunate, but then what happens is that cases are not being investigated as efficiently, that criminals are not being put behind bars, that when somebody has their house robbed or they're being burglarized, the actual clearance rate, i.e. the rate of which these crimes are solved, is going to be incredibly low because of the fact that, a lot of these detectives are simply AOL. They're out there in the streets doing, traffic enforcement instead of doing the job that they're qualified to do.
Are certain parts of the country struggling more with police recruiting than others?
We've actually looked across the country, and we've seen that in large municipalities, large police departments tend to have a way to sort of address, even if it's a Band-Aid approach, to the shortage of police officers. And what they do is they simply, like I said before, they move people around. They may get someone from support to do something else, and then they figure out a way to do it. What's really hurting law enforcement right now, and the population within law enforcement that's hurting the most, are those that are from small municipalities that cannot compete with the bigger municipalities as it relates to bonuses or pay. Well, most young people that are 21, 22 years old are likely going to gravitate towards those police departments that give them the most benefits. And so those very small police departments are really, really getting hammered as it relates to lack of personnel, lack of funding, and the inability to do their job.
How much does this affect response times? Do we know?
Significantly. If you don't have anyone that is going to respond in a timely manner, especially on the critical calls, right? When somebody is calling 911 because they have a knife to their throat, or when somebody on a domestic violence incident, if that officer is delayed, by 3 or 4 minutes, that could be somebody's life, right? And it's not that the officers don't want to respond, but it's just that there's no one to respond to that incident because they're responding to yet another, attempted murder or another violent attack somewhere else. In some police departments, and I've seen this in the past few years, it's just incredibly alarming. You have large jurisdictions that are being patrolled by one officer in one patrol car, during the night shift. I mean, can you imagine if this officer gets into some sort of an altercation? He or she has no one to call for backup, and if they show up for backup, it's going to be 45 minutes later, which obviously is going to be too late.
What would it take for you to maybe feel more optimistic, for lack of a better word, about the recruiting picture in the U.S. going forward, and also for morale to improve? Because it sounds like that's probably still an issue. 5 years after the big protests of 2020.
I think we need to change the narrative, right? And I think media, like your specific outlet, social media in particular, we need to start changing the narrative as to why do people want to be police officers, right? To change the minds and hearts of those that perhaps are misinformed or just don't have the right information. But I also think that cities, municipalities need to step up, and they need to simply say, look, this is a really tough job. You know, it's kind of like we say all the time, right? Teachers should be paid a lot of money because it's like one of the greatest jobs in the world, but we just pay lip service to that, right? Most states don't actually pay teachers the way they should pay them. The same thing happens with police officers. Every politician, regardless of which side of the aisle they sit, they all want to, quote unquote, support law enforcement. But in the end, you know, how many of them are actually willing to give up, you know, their salary increase 1 year in order for that police department to hire 3 or 4 police officers? How many of them are really willing to give police officers the capability in terms of technology, which costs a lot of money, in order for them to be able to do their job more effectively? I mean, I really think we need to put our money where our mouth is as it relates to municipalities, not only fund law enforcement, but also promote them, promote the career, the nobility of the career, which I think is one of the most incredibly humane things that a human being can do to another, is put their lives on the line for them and for their safety. And that's exactly what law enforcement does on a daily basis.
Criminologist Dr. Alex Del Carmen, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family's expanding with our new location, Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community with over 600 new vehicles to choose from. Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the tri-state. Explore how we can make your driving experience extraordinary. Visit Hester Chevy at the mall or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Together, let's drive.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay. Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad Pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
President Trump pulls $2.2 billion in grant funding from Harvard University. This after the school refused to comply with demands to root out alleged anti-Semitism. New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik telling Fox's Hannity.
If you look at what they required for Harvard, it was protection of Jewish students. It is making sure that we are getting rid of DEI, which by definition is anti-Semitic. And instead, Harvard is acting more entitled than ever.
Jury selection gets underway today in Harvey Weinstein's retrial. He was convicted of rape and sentenced to 25 years. 5 years ago, it was overturned by New York's Court of Appeals because of prejudicial testimony and improper rulings. And a jury in Maryland has convicted an illegal immigrant, Victor Martinez Hernandez, for the rape and murder of Rachel Morin, mother of 5, killed while jogging in Baltimore 2 years ago. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
After one disastrous season, Mike Budenholzer is out as head coach of the Suns. Phoenix fired Budenholzer on Monday after the Suns finished the season losing 9 of their final 10 games. In a statement, the team said, quote, "Competing at the highest level remains our goal, and we failed to meet expectations this season. Our fans deserve better. Change is needed." It's the second consecutive year the Suns have failed to give a coach multiple seasons after moving on from Frank Vogel. With a high-priced roster that included Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal, Phoenix finished 10 games under 500 and missed out on the playoffs. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Titans have seen 4 years of game film, scouted multiple games, and now attended a pro day they described as very impressive. Great job, Titans. Boy, you guys are really doing your homework. Let's get state-run media out there. Let's get Russian state media to post out there how much work you've done scouting multiple games. That's completely unnecessary to put that in at the end. Like they need a pat on the back because they've scouted one of the top 2 quarterbacks in the draft by watching his game film. And then they pass on an opportunity to know more about him. I like Cam Ward better than Shedeur Sanders. I'm not saying the Titans should draft Shedeur Sanders. But you take, as Hutton said, every opportunity to get to know guys, especially at that position, and don't pass on them. Now, if they're going to get some big benefit from this, now they get to visit with others more or something, they don't, then I would understand. But just do the visit. If at the very least, like, we're not playing friends here. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta Platforms, is defending in court his company's acquisition of Instagram and WhatsApp. On the first day of an antitrust trial stemming from a lawsuit brought by the Federal Trade Commission, Zuckerberg testified Meta's social networks are not just about friends, but also about discovering the world. The FTC says Meta's purchases of Instagram and WhatsApp were killer acquisitions that prevented those companies from competing. A loss for Meta would mean it would have to sell one or both of the platforms. The dress code is changing at Starbucks. You'll see baristas wearing their green apron, but they'll also be wearing solid black tops beginning next month. Starbucks says it will provide 2 shirts from a new company-branded line for no cost. CEO Brian Nichols is trying to revitalize the chain and hopes a more consistent look will help the iconic green apron stand out. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phils City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Ready, set, stroll. Fans 55 and over are invited to circle the diamond during Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases following the Phillies game against the Giants on Thursday, April 17th at 4:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, April 15th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube until we get flagged, as we take you up until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Oh, what a show we have for you today on a Tuesday down in Florida. In for Dawn again, our gal, Anna Hummel. Hello, Anna.
Oh, hello. Good morning. I'm in a tank top back in Florida.
Where's your winter hat?
Feeling good. Oh, I don't need it.
Where's your
I
mittens?
don't need it for the next 8-9 months.
Where's your jacket?
Gone.
Come on. I thought you
I do have
enjoyed
a jacket
it.
just in case, but doing good. Happy belated birthday, Greg.
Thank you.
Oh.
It was nice of one person on the show to remember.
Is today the day, or was it yesterday? When was it?
No, actually, I got a nice note from Jimmy Kelly too. But Phil and Nick absent with their love, even though I gave both of you shows.
So you are now what, 45?
I was 45 on Sunday.
On Sunday?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
How does that sit with you?
How does it sit with me?
Yeah.
It's not sitting with me, Hummel. It's not.
Okay.
It's not. You know, it's now it's the colonoscopy age. I think it's
yeah.
Right.
I think it's the prostate exam age. Like
Yep.
my life is half over.
Yeah.
I'm not liking it.
Gonna
Not
have
liking it, Hummel.
All sorts of objects shoved up your rectum.
Yeah, don't want that. You don't have to describe it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Kayal, you don't have to describe it.
It's a great feeling.
People know what a colonoscopy is. You don't need to describe it.
Some like it.
Some more than others, I guess.
Some more than others.
Oh, my Lord.
You got to do what you got to do, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we have a lot of good stuff to get to today. Coming up 7:45, of course, a Tuesday cut sheet. Sean Farish at 7:30. He'll join the fun. And right before then, or maybe at the same time, major station announcement.
Whoa, major.
That's right.
Major.
An hour and 29 minutes from now.
Yep.
It's a big one. Get ready for it. And it'll be here before you know it.
7:30.
That's correct.
Yep.
We've got some amazing stories to get to. I want to get into a little mental health on the big take. I read an interesting column in the New York Times yesterday with ADHD in children. And then I want to take a look at the mental health issues in our country with all the violence, from Cody Balmer to what happened at that high school track meet in Texas to what's happened with Luigi Mangione, and how we just selectively pick and choose when somebody's a mental health nut or it was justifiable action. We'll get to that this morning. Also, I've got some amazing stories here. Could you survive without your cheap Chinese essentials? Mr. Made in America has done it for decades, and now he's sharing his secrets as we get ready for trade wars with Trump and China, 145% tariffs. We'll talk about that. Also, The Hollywood Reporter. Very interesting story with Fox News, where we'll give you some of the details coming up, but they took a handful of people, 4 to be exact, stuffed them into complete isolation starting on January 20th. They have no access to anything. They're like a sequestered jury, and they're going to reemerge and be told what Donald Trump has done in his first 90 days. This is a wild story. I actually would love to have been a guinea pig for this. It would have been great.
Really? Locked in a box for 90 days?
Honestly,
my kids and
honestly, you can do it. You just have to stay off social media and don't watch cable news.
Yeah, it's called the pandemic.
It's very easy to do this. You don't have to be locked away anywhere.
Yep.
You can just not look at cable news and the internet.
That's true. It's true. If you just stay off of anything with electronics, your life will go on.
Of course,
about friends.
Of course, listening to 1210 WPHT and Kayal and Company.
Right.
But, right. Aside from that,
that's correct. Also,
we barely give you the news anyway.
I know. We just give you a big take and then a bunch of bad takes. Pretty much the program. And then a never-ending cut sheet, which could include a presumptive frontrunner for the Democrat Party that's adopted a new accent. We're back to that.
Oh, God.
We're back to that.
Oh, the code switching?
Kind of Kamala-esque.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. Yeah, very interesting. So we got a lot of good stories. And then Anna Hummel has to take a shot Add females later today on the show.
I do.
Yep, shoot
it's
your
the
shot, Hummel.
everyone wants to take, but you guys can't because you'll be canceled. But I can say it.
Beautiful.
So,
I like that. I like that.
That's fun.
All right. All of that still ahead this morning. Going to be a good one. But before that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:04. We give you the fearless Anna Hummel.
All right. It is 6 a.m., April 15th, tax day, 2025, and it is currently 55 degrees in Philadelphia, of course, as soon as I leave. Today's weather, increasingly windy with clouds and breaks of sun, a thunder shower in spots this afternoon with a high of 66 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy and breezy with a low of 44. Bail denied for suspect in arson at Pennsylvania Governor Shapiro's residence. This was a wild story that I was getting on my way to visit my mother on the other side of the coast in St. Augustine, trying to read up while I was in the car. The suspect accused of arson at Pennsylvania Governor's Josh Shapiro's mansion arrived for his arraignment on Monday evening. Cody Ballmer, 38, was silent as he brought from Pennsylvania State Police car into the courthouse. Wearing a beige-green sweatshirt with a hospital bracelet on his right wrist, handcuffed, shackled at the waist, Ballmer stuck out his tongue at one reporter who asked why he did his alleged crime. Ballmer sat at the defense table nearly motionless, asked if he understood the 8 counts against him, including attempted homicide, terrorism, and aggravated arson. Ballmer replied, "Yes, ma'am." Then when Judge Dale Klein asked whether Ballmer suffered from mental illness, he replied, "That's a rumor, but no, ma'am."
I know you have the I know you're using this for the big take, but Phil, can you just throw up the mugshot of him?
Look at this. Look at that.
That's 38, guys.
Yeah, that's 38.
That's in 3 weeks.
That's either LSD or mental health or bad stress.
Yeah, that is. Wow, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I should look after all the alcohol I've consumed. But I don't.
Yeah, this guy, if found guilty of this, and I don't understand why he won't be.
Right.
He needs to go away for the rest of his life.
Sticking your tongue out, rolling your eyes at cameras.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a disconnect up there in the old noggin.
Yep.
And if I remember correctly, he turned himself in. Is that right?
Well, no, he was he left the premises after torching everything.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Beer bottles made of Molotov cocktails.
Yes.
Yes. Heineken bottles, I think, was the preferred beer bottle of choice.
Us sane people take our empty Heineken bottles and we just put them in the recycling bin.
Yeah, you don't throw them with
You don't throw them through a governor's window.
Yeah, not the move. 1 dead, 2 hurt in North Philly triple shooting. A man was killed and 2 other men were injured in a triple shooting in North Philadelphia Monday night. The shooting occurred along the 1500 block of North 18th Street. Police said the 3 men were struck in the shooting and taken to the hospital. 1 man was pronounced dead. They have not revealed the conditions of the other 2 men. No arrests have been made, and police have not revealed a possible motive. They continue to investigate.
Weather's heating up. Get ready for the Wild Wild West. Yeah. We're on our way back.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Straight through till October, baby.
Oh, God. Vehicle slams into Southwest Philly restaurant, ignites devastating fire. Caribbean cuisine has served the Southwest Philadelphia community for more than 25 years, but on Monday morning, a driver who told police they lost control of their vehicle slammed into the eatery and caused a devastating fire. According to police, the incident happened just before 2:30 a.m. when a vehicle slammed into Caribbean cuisine near the intersection of Baltimore Avenue and South 61st Street after the driver lost control of it.
Has to be a DUI, right? I mean,
I'm thinking 2:30 a.m. probably.
Kind of hard unless you're completely hammered to not avoid a restaurant.
Slam into a restaurant. The crash, officials said, started a fire that tore through the restaurant. So really sad, but thankfully I don't believe anybody was hurt because no one was in the building at 2:30 in the morning.
Okay, so everything was already closed and locked
everybody
up.
was okay. Business destroyed, unfortunately. But yes, that is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right.
Can I just bring up to the Phillies? So the Phillies lost 10-4 against the Giants yesterday, last night.
I'm seeing this now.
The officiating, the umpire, horrendous.
Yeah.
Tony Randazzo is the guy. So picture this: it's the 7th inning, I think, and the Phillies were trailing 8-4.
Yep.
JT Realmuto is up at bat. Roll this video, Phil.
Runners go.
Oh no!
Look at that!
He missed by 6 inches.
6 inches.
Not a good call.
Good frame job by the catcher, but he still missed.
so he's missed a couple.
You could see the graphic where the ball landed. It was outside of the box by 3 inches.
And it wasn't his first time missing with clear with clear strikes.
Yeah.
Or balls, excuse me.
Yep.
That he called 4 strikes. Well, last night, a LASIK company started trolling the umpire.
The LASIK company.
Yes.
To which you just sent me this story. LASIK.com, the original, authentic company, took the video and they captioned it on social media and said, "Better vision, better calls." Still offering all Major League Baseball umpires free LASIK.
Yeah.
Our Philly locations will be ready after the game.
Amazing. It's amazing.
Has anybody had LASIK? Because I only wear glasses
No.
when I'm in this studio.
I have good vision.
Do you?
No,
Yeah.
I have
I do
terrible
too.
vision.
You have
but I don't
terrible
wear
vision.
glasses. Yeah, it's not great. I have an astigmatism.
Okay.
I thought I would grow out of it in high school. My parents got me glasses, and I looked like John Lennon when I was like 17. It wasn't
Nice.
a good look for me.
And what every 17-year-old girl wants to look like.
Yeah. They were just the ugliest glasses, and I just was like, I'm not wearing glasses anymore. And I think I convinced myself that I was going to grow out of it. And of course I didn't.
Yeah.
It only got worse. But now I just live with, subpar vision.
So you don't wear contacts?
No, it's not that bad. Like I can drive.
Oh, okay.
I'm fine. But it could be sharper, it could be crisper.
Right.
Yeah.
So last night there were calls to start in with the, get rid of the umpires and just have
the robot umps.
The robot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, AI for everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
If it speeds the game up, I'm in. If the game is still 3 hours and 10 minutes, then no, we'll just leave the humans.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Anna Hummel, so you don't have 20/20 vision, but you don't wear contacts. I'm mesmerized by that.
Glasses.
So you don't get like tension headaches or anything like that? That's why I wear these glasses in the studio, is all the lights and the screens I stare at, I eventually start to get like a tension headache. So I bought these glasses, and they're not prescription, but they're just blue light lenses.
Huh.
Yeah, from all the glare. Because all we do in radio is stare at devices all damn day, looking at social media and
Sure is.
televisions and computers.
Horrendous.
Yeah. Well, once I get to your age, Nick, I might need them. So
It's coming up. You'll be there
I
in
know,
a few
I'm
years.
like
You mock me
3
now,
steps
Hummel.
behind you.
You mock me
3
now.
steps
You'll be there, and I'll be
I
there to
know.
remind you, laughing. All right, 6:11 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. What's mental health and what's not mental health? I was thinking about this yesterday with all the crime and some things that I was reading, that we are living in a day and age in which we are witnessing, I believe, the selective application of mental health and when somebody is dealing with said issues. There seems to be quite a stark contrast in how science defines it and then how society determines it. Science, much like justice, is supposed to be blind to external biases. You do a sample study, you get the results, and then you share the findings. And society is hell-bent on determining mental health, but only when it doesn't jive with a set of beliefs or ideologies. To illustrate this position, I want to take you to a story from the New York Times with the headline, "Have we been thinking about ADHD all wrong?" ADHD meaning attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And the takeaways from the column are very interesting. Then let's go to society when it pertains to mental health, and we're going to tie in Cody Balmer, who allegedly burned down Josh Shapiro's governor's mansion in Harrisburg, as well as Luigi Mangione, the man charged with executing a healthcare CEO in New York City, as well as Carmelo Anthony, the 17-year-old who has admitted to stabbing Austin Metcalf to death at a high school sporting event in Texas. But let's start with the science and why we need to stop trusting the experts, but certainly factor in their knowledge when it pertains to their expertise and the health of ourselves, as well as our kids. In the New York Times article, scientists with the CDC came away from a study, quote, wrestling with some fundamental questions about the way we define and treat ADHD. Their 5 takeaways were as follows. Number 1, ADHD is hard to define, and recent science has made it harder, not easier. Takeaway number 2, medications like Adderall and Ritalin can have a positive effect on children's behavior, but the results often don't last. Number 3, the medications can improve students' behavior in the classroom, but they don't seem to help them learn. Number 4, there is no clear dividing line between those who have ADHD and those who don't. And then number 5, changing a child's environment can change their symptoms. But here's the stat that will jump off the page at you if you read the full article. 23% of teenage boys pre-adulthood have been diagnosed with ADHD. In 2024, a total of 7 million children were diagnosed with ADHD. That is up from 2 million way back in 1990. Now ask yourself this question. Why have we seen the diagnosis of and prescription for countless drug prescriptions skyrocket since the late 1980s? And why have we also seen a massive shift with big food and physical health decline over the last 35 to 40 years? My guess, profits. Pharma and food, because profits are the bottom line. When in doubt, prescribe a pill. When in doubt, take this shot, take this injection. Identity crisis, go to a doctor and remove your genitals or breasts. And to tie this into current events, I want to bring it to crime. In America, in a medical and science setting, we can't wait to declare mental health when it fits the narrative. But in crime, society decides if it's mental health or justifiable actions, so say the pundits on television. Here are the following updates on Cody Balmer, the man accused of torching Governor Josh Shapiro's Pennsylvania mansion. Phil, please throw up his mugshot on YouTube. This is what we gave you in the news. Does that look like a sane person to you? You're going to see some video of him later in the show. The Post-Millennial with this headline, quote, registered socialist and BLM supporter Cody Balmer charged with arson of governor's mansion. They write, Balmer posted a picture of a needlepoint from the anarchist page Riot Girls, which said, quote, be the light you want to see in the world. But the so-called light was a depiction of a Molotov cocktail. According to Steve Keeley of Fox 29 here in Philadelphia, quote, video surveillance showed the perpetrator surveilling the residence and then unlawfully entering the grounds over a wall. He approached one window using a hammer he had brought. He quickly broke the window after multiple blows. He then threw a Molotov cocktail into the residence, igniting a substantial fire within, and he started 2 more fires with 2 more Molotov cocktails. Let me ask you something. Is that the behavior of a stable, rational adult? In my opinion, the answer is no. And according to the New York Post, Balmer shared a variety of posts online, as reported by the New York Post, including, quote, left-wing anti-capitalist posts on Facebook. He attacked both President Trump and President Biden on his social media accounts, and he supported Kanye West for president. He also voiced his support of mask mandates during the pandemic and lashed out against toxic femininity. We'll get on his thoughts on that shortly. Every time I stop to get gas, he wrote, I personally feel we should have taken our chances with Kanye, he said in a post. Supporting Kanye West for president? I rest my case on mental health, which leads us to insane people supporting other lunatics. First up in the media, Taylor Lorenz, formerly of the Washington Post, in a sit-down with CNN, who somehow is either advocating for or talking about those and advocating on behalf of those for Luigi Mangione, charged with killing Brian Thompson of United Healthcare. Remember, he killed him at point-blank range in cold blood. It was an execution. And the argument, Luigi Mangione is actually a good person? Listen and watch this.
Hilarious to see these millionaire media pundits on TV clutching their pearls about someone standing a murderer when this is the United States of America, as if we don't lionize criminals, as if we don't have, we don't stand murderers of all sorts, and we give them Netflix shows. There's a huge disconnect between the narratives and angles that sort of mainstream media pushes and what the American public feels. And you see that in moments like this. And I can tell you, I saw the biggest audience growth that I've ever seen, because people were like, oh, some journalist is actually speaking to the anger that we feel.
The women who gather outside court in New York.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like, here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems like this morally good man, which is hard to find.
Yeah, I just realized women will literally date an assassin before they swipe right on me. That's where we are. I'm sure you wouldn't like to be compared to a Trump supporter, but some of some of how people cannot understand why people have sympathies for Mangione strikes me as the same as a lot of media not understanding why people support Trump.
I totally agree.
It's because a lot of people are just really, really desperate.
They want somebody to take on the system. They want somebody to tear down these barbaric establishment institutions.
Not sure I'd find Luigi Mangione to be an attractive option to women. Definitely wouldn't compare Luigi to Donald Trump and taking on the system, but it gets worse. How's this for mentally unfit? Rosie O'Donnell, fresh off of relocation to Ireland, trying to compare the cases of Carmelo Anthony, the 17-year-old, who admitted to stabbing Austin Metcalf to death, with none other than Kyle Rittenhouse from the summer of 2020. Phil, please throw up the Instagram post with the side-by-side graphic. News coming down Monday around lunchtime that judges reduced the bond of Carmelo Anthony, charged with the fatal stabbing of Texas teen Austin Metcalf by a whopping 75%, and placed him under house arrest with an ankle monitor. If you don't remember, Carmelo Anthony's bond was $1 million, so it was reduced to $250,000. It's pretty outrageous. I think Rosie O'Donnell might agree with that, so I would take the bad comparisons and the misguided outrage elsewhere, and I'm no fan of Kyle Rittenhouse. Bill Maher, on his recent Club Random podcast, talks about how insane the left really has become. Listen and watch this.
You get a certain amount of cult followers for anything, and then the true believers never die. I mean, a lot of people would say right now the Democratic Party is still in that mode, which is going to render them possibly an irrelevant party if they don't change.
What would you like to see from the Democrats, like, going forward?
Well, much more centrism, much more get rid of the woke baggage, you know. Old school liberal is what I usually describe myself as. But that's very often the opposite of woke. Woke would like people to believe that they're some sort of an extension of liberalism, but they're not. They're usually something that's quite opposite. Liberalism was, we should have a colorblind society and not see race at all. That's not what the woke believe.
Yeah, I would say
they're the opposite.
Quite.
Let's put race at the front of everything.
Yep, absolutely. Oppressor and oppressed, sacred, make a sacred the oppressed.
Woke perpetuates victimhood. The ending is spot on with what we've highlighted today. Carmelo Anthony wasn't oppressed. He stabbed a guy in the heart, and the guy bled out in his brother's arms. Luigi Mangione, I had back surgery. The system sucks, so I'm going to shoot a CEO of a healthcare company in the head. Luigi Mangione is not a victim. And Cody Balmer is not a hero. I don't care if his property was being foreclosed on. You don't burn down a governor's mansion and potentially kill those inside. These are people whose anger has turned into a mental illness that culminated in them snapping and taking vigilantism into their own hands, in my opinion. Violence against politicians, violence against healthcare executives, violence against fellow students. The New York Times might be right with the study from the CDC, whether it's ADHD, depression, or bipolar, schizophrenia. Maybe we should re-examine how and when we define mental health and who's being placed on medicine, and stop protecting and glorifying criminals in the process. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your savings grow. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 11-month certificate and earn 3% APY. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates for details and view their other saving options. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, you can let it rip in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. And while you're there, hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts on all of that from yesterday. And then, could you survive in America without cheap Chinese essentials? Are we about to be put to the test? And are you able to handle it? It's Kayal and Company. Anna Hummel in for Dawn. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy.
and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Cioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, it's Kayal Company, 6:30. Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Greg Stalker. 1 hour from now, major station announcement. Sean Farish, right after that, live from Nashville, Tennessee. The cut sheet at 7:45. 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa. With Wawa's $2 menu, you can craft the order you want with options at $2, $4, and $6. Pick one or try them all. Or if you're a fatso, have them all at once. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210, the number. So I'll get everybody's thoughts on this because you can look at it from two different perspectives. The New York Times article with ADHD and the over-medication of children and the rise of ADHD over the last 35 years. And I just find it interesting that we love to rush to the declaration of mental health when there's a dime or a dollar to be made. Yet we have people in media that will go out of their way to try to justify criminal violence in a politically charged world. And we never talk about the mental health there. It's either justified or it's not justified because there doesn't seem to be a dollar to be made. So Anna Hummel, I know you had some thoughts yesterday on Ritalin and Adderall. I know Stalker's big on the anti-medication concept. We'll start with you, Anna. Your thoughts?
Well, I don't want to offend anyone, but I think it's a fake disorder.
I want you to offend somebody. Say what's on your mind, darn it.
Let's just go all in. Yeah, I think it's a fake disorder because it seems like you said, what was it? 23% of teenage boys have ADHD. A lot of my adult female friends have Adderall prescriptions. I think they mostly give Ritalin to kids and Adderall to adults. Now, I'm all for doing Adderall in recreational settings. You know, maybe I have allegedly at one point, you know, whatever. But what was so interesting to me were points 1, 3, and 5 that you made. Number one, ADHD is hard to define. Mm-hmm. So if it's hard to define, almost everyone can be under that umbrella. They just ask you, is it hard for you to focus sometimes? You're like, yeah. That's part of being human. Nobody is supposed to have 100% focus all the time. People are always in it for a quick fix, obviously for profit margins, but also on the part of the consumer because we don't want to put in the work. Right. You know, maybe if you look at TikTok for 2 hours straight, your brain doesn't have an attention span longer than 12 seconds. So, of course, it's going to be hard for you to read a historical novel thereafter because your brain is just used to having such a short attention span. You know, if someone sends you a video that's longer than a minute, you don't even want to watch it. You're like, oh, God, it's a minute.
It's a snapshot. We live in a snapshot society.
Absolutely.
Hey, I sent you a video of my daughter. It was 2.5 minutes. Yeah, I lost focus by 40 seconds. And what do you mean you lost attention? How'd you lose focus after 40 seconds? What do you got, the attention span of a mosquito? Come on.
Yeah, and point number 3, you said that medication helps these kids become better behaved, but it doesn't help them learn more. Mm-hmm. So we're just numbing these kids so that they're just easier to handle, which, you know, I am not a parent. I am not a teacher. I understand that kids are rambunctious, but you have to understand that all of these pharmaceuticals, everything that you take that is prescribed and maybe not prescribed, maybe even supplements and whatnot, have side effects. Okay, there's never a free lunch. If you take these things and you take them, especially you give them to a developing body, there are going to be side effects. What those are, I mean, I don't know. I've had friends tell me that it messed up their metabolism, and no matter how much they diet, they can't seem to lose weight. So I don't know if there's some sort of impact on the thyroid on a developing body. But all I know is that I feel like a lot of these meds are just given to kids because teachers and parents just don't want to deal with them.
Yeah, it feels to me, and I don't know specifically if it's just one. My immediate thought is corporate greed. When in doubt, prescribe, which is really, honestly, disturbing because as the study shows us from the CDC in this New York Times article, it's harder and harder to define ADHD. So if you can't define it, are you still prescribing said prescription for the person and saying, hey, give this a whirl. See how you feel in 6 weeks. If not, we can up your dosage. We could lower your dosage. We could change brands. We can get you off of it. So to me, it feels like, and the answer is probably somewhere in the middle of it's corporate greed. Maybe there's better testing. Maybe it's poorer choices by us as far as to what we consume as humans. And then, you know, Bobby Kennedy always talks about like external toxins and what goes into our food and medicine like that. So it's probably a combination of all of it, but man, the greed of Big Pharma. You know, we just love to pill people up and inject people. But then we have nutbags like Cody Balmer, and it's like, well.
Well, to be fair, I mean, look, he has claimed he's not mentally ill. His parents beg to differ.
Yeah.
They think that he's had mental problems over the years, is what they said.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, just to put everything out there.
I tend to believe his parents.
Just to put everything out there, he has claimed he's not mentally ill, and he knew exactly.
He knew better.
He knew exactly what he was doing. But I do agree with you, and I think that it's just, you know, it's just easier now for parents to just say, oh yeah, my son has ADHD, because then it causes them not to look into themselves too as being bad parents.
Right.
And I'm not saying just because your kid is rambunctious you're a bad parent, but it also says, well, you know, it's a disease and he can't help it, and you know, it's not. There's nothing I can do, so I have to give him this. When it's just you know, you're letting the internet and you know, TV and stuff raise your children instead of you raising your children.
Well, takeaway number 5, the last one in the article, was that when you change the environment, the child changes.
Yep.
So that, to your point, goes back to maybe it is the parenting or the lack thereof, and not the said child. Because parenting is not handing your kid an iPad and saying, drown away your brain for 3 hours on YouTube.
Yep.
Or giving them ice cream for dinner and then being like, well, why won't they calm down and do their homework? It's like, well, I would be bouncing off the walls if I had that much sugar too.
Yeah.
This is also maybe a hot take. I don't want to say I don't have a problem with corporate greed, but I don't think it's the individual needs to take responsibility and accountability.
1,000%.
I know how corporations move. We all do. We know that they're greedy and they need to make money for their shareholders. I understand that.
And I don't hate
them
for
doing that. If I were one of them, if I was a CEO or if I was a shareholder, I would be wanting to make money for my corporation as well.
Yep.
That's not a problem. Everybody wants to make more money. It's on your responsibility as an individual, as a parent, as an adult, to take accountability and do your own research.
Mm-hmm.
It is a pain in the butt for sure, but lately, especially after COVID, I've taken it upon myself. No matter if you can go to a doctor and get an opinion. It's called an opinion for a reason, and sometimes you go to a different doctor and they tell you something different. And guess what? They're both considered quote unquote experts.
Yep.
So it's on it's on you as the individual, unfortunately, to do the work and to do the research. So we understand how corporations move. We can blame corporate greed and, they want to make a profit. Of course they do.
Yep.
But unfortunately now it's our turn and our responsibility to kind of do the work for ourselves.
I agree. And then you look at the other side of it, whether it's Cody Balmer, Luigi Mangione, Carmelo Anthony. I almost called him Carl Anthony Towns. Carmelo Anthony. All these guys. I want to just go specifically to Luigi Mangione for a moment. And towards the end of that clip of Taylor Lorenz, who's a total nut job as well, she's just all over the place with her opinions. And look, knock yourself out, have whatever view you want. But Luigi Mangione is not upending the establishment. And then, the last 30 seconds, whoever was interviewing her, I'll call him Humpty Dumpty, he brings up Donald Trump and this whole bit. And it's like, well, Donald Trump's taking on the establishment. Luigi Mangioni's not taking on the establishment. Shooting a healthcare CEO in the back of the skull does not change anything for any of us that believes the healthcare system has screwed us over on co-pays, not covering an MRI, not deeming something surgically, medically necessary to be done, medical malpractice. I went in for back surgery. I came out worse. You take a risk. When you go in, there's no guarantees. I've never gone to a doctor where I've been told this is 100%. Doctors don't deal in certainties. So you shooting and murdering Brian Thompson, tracking him down, knowing where he's going to be at a board meeting, and then waiting for him to come out of a hotel while it's still dark out on a Tuesday morning, that's not taking on the establishment. That to me, there's something that went kapooey in his head. And that's why I wanted to get into this with the big take, because we love to rush. And this is not just us. This is the medical industry. Why don't you medicate these people instead of just over rushing to medicate your kid who might grow out of something? Like I told you on this show, my parents tested me for ADHD when I was in the 6th grade. Doctor said, you know what? He just doesn't like science or English, right? He's got no interest in it. And if you've listened to me in the big take at times, I have no interest in the English language. Ran, run, which tense, still haven't figured out, probably never will. So it's not and I have a great attention span. I never lose. You will never catch me on this show completely not paying attention. Guaranteed. That's why I go and take a nap every day. I am shot when I leave here because I am locked in until 10:30 these days. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. All right, let's get to this on the other side. Tariffs, trade wars, precious metals, China holding the ball in their court, so to speak. Could you survive? We actually, believe it or not, Anna, we have a lot of people in this audience that do their best to buy only American. And one man has not only been able to do it, but he's made a good living doing it. We'll see if we can put everybody to the test when we come back. Could you live on cheap Chinese essentials like Temu? Back after this on Kayal and Company. Stay right there. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And we're talking today specifically about Acura. The 2025 ADX. It's Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV, it is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. With a turbocharged engine, all-wheel drive system technology, and all the cutting-edge technology you can handle. The Acura ADX, well, it's engineered for those who demand more. And best of all, now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, in Westchester. And you can lease one today for as low as $389 per month. $389 a month for an Acura SUV. Visit PiazzaAcura.com.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Dawn Stensland here. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for more than 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts are going to guide you every step of the way from free in-home design consultation to top installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or a complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. KitchenMagic.com. 40% off the cost of installation. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com. You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Listen to Kayal and Company this morning at 7:30 for a major station announcement. Do not miss it. 1210 WPHT.
Under my thumb, the girl who once had me down. Under my thumb, the girl who once pushed me around. It's down to me.
It's Kayal and Company. Major station announcement, huh? 7:30. I wonder what it could be.
Oh, yeah, the big voice guy.
Who did that?
The big voice guy said it.
The big voice guy?
So it must be true.
What does the big voice guy know?
Yeah.
Is this Stalker's final day?
Maybe.
Is Stalker getting his own? Is Stalker getting his own show?
Oh, yeah, no.
I mean,
I can't do anymore.
That's right. You'll never be able to pick up that bike from Road Warrior if you do a show. We're gonna have to start taking bets on when you actually pick up your transportation for the bike ride. A lot of people texting me yesterday. Stalker's gonna puss out, isn't he?
No,
I'm
he's
like,
not.
I don't know.
He's not. Stop.
We'll see. He's been celebrating birthdays. Been doing a lot of things. No time to go down to Jersey and pick up his wheels. You know, Road Warrior, you could rescind the bike. Take it back. Say, you know what? You ungrateful schlub. Anna Hummel's in for Dawn today and tomorrow. So, Anna, are you, now, like, for me, when it comes to purchasing things, you know, I try to buy local versus national. I love supporting small businesses, although big box stores are inevitable when you need certain things on the fly at the right price. I try to eat healthy, but turning down unhealthy things are difficult. I have a cheat day every week. But when it comes to buying American, there's a lot of people out there that will do their damnedest to purchase right here in the good old US of A. Are you one of those individuals that looks at maybe a tag on some clothing that you're purchasing, or
Nope, just the price tag. I'm
Just the
a
price tag.
capitalist, free market pig.
Okay.
And you know, I mean, we'll just all say it. It's you. I just want the lowest price, please.
Even
Yeah.
Okay, so even now, are you willing to budge and go a little higher on price because you know the quality is better, whether it's made in America or it's made in China, Vietnam, Taiwan?
Rarely, but sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
I barely even buy organic. I think it's like a scam.
You think
oftentimes?
Wow.
Because if you look at the label and it'll say like organic USDA, sometimes like that's like the brand name. They just call it like, this is organic beef. Like that's the name of it. There's all these like weird loopholes, or they'll say it's like cage free. And if a cage is like, 10 by 10 feet, it's like 11 by 11 feet cage, and it's cage free. It's all these weird loopholes. So I feel like a lot of the times it's a scam.
Okay.
Would I like to buy local? Yeah, but I'm very lazy. I just want to go to the store and pick it up. I don't want to drive farther than I have to.
Okay. So I've got this story here from the Daily Mail, which always has great stories. And the headline is, could you survive without your cheap Chinese essentials? A guy named Mr. Made in America has done it for decades. Now he's giving his secrets. And they write the following. As many Americans stampede to stores, panic buying cheap Chinese products while they're available, Mark Andol can put up his Thorogood boots, which are stitched in Wisconsin, crack open a Yingling brewed in, they say Philadelphia. It's not Philadelphia. It's Pottsville, and smile. For over a decade, Andol, 58, has been Mr. Made in America. The gregarious welder from upstate New York was pushed down this path almost 20 years ago when a Chinese competitor lured away half of his business overnight. He was making a living fabricating steel posts that went inside plastic fencing, high risers, and decks. But when his main client found a business in China that could go in for a fraction of the cost, he was left without work. You'd think that would make him a bitter man, but it's not the case with this guy. He says, quote, "It's not an anti-Chinese thing or a red or blue thing. It's a red, white, and blue thing," he told the Daily Mail. It's truly his passion. Now, with Chinese imports rising to 145%, he is taking immense pride in his place as the nation's greatest champion of U.S.-made goods, a man who puts his money where his mouth is and is now one of the only retailers in the United States that sells 100% American-made goods. The Buffalo-based Made in America store meticulously vets each product on its shelves to ensure it's entirely produced in the U.S., although he admits it's not easy. They go on to talk about everything that this guy sells. This is pretty crazy. Bed-made American Blossom sheets. They come from Georgia. Country cottons, throw blankets, and pillows from North Carolina. He showers with a soap called Dr. Squatch, which is made in California. Breakfast is baked on Lodge cast iron cookware from Tennessee and eaten with Rada cutlery from Iowa. Perhaps he'll have some honey gifted from his neighbor's hive. He goes on to talk about all the other companies in which he deals with and works with, all American-based. This is a guy, and this is not an ad, but if you are one of these people, and there are a lot of people, I would, if I had to guess here, and we've had people, when we've talked about these types of stories, Anna, we've had people that call in that literally will not purchase a certain product because it's not made in America. I don't know, and I give you guys credit. Like, I just don't have the patience, the due diligence, the time to be vetting every single item. I mean, could you imagine what that's like in any retail setting? Well, this guy, it's funny you say that. In this article, he talks about the cell phone. He says Andol uses an iPhone made in China with components from over 40 countries, although he notes the Gorilla Glass screen that he has on the front of his iPhone is a New York-based company called Corning. All of his electrical goods are made elsewhere, because the United States no longer produces plugs, batteries, incandescent light bulbs, and things like that. His mom, who's 87, worked at Fisher-Price Toys until they went overseas. And his dad, for the local people in this audience, maybe from the Lehigh Valley, worked at Bethlehem Steel. So that's a big steel manufacturer back in the day, Anna, before everything was shipped overseas, and Bethlehem and Birmingham, Alabama went out of business in the steel industry. So that's pretty wild. I didn't know if you have any other thoughts on that.
I don't know. I don't think most Americans can spend, if there are phones made in America, $10,000 on a phone. Or have the time, like you said, if you have a family, like looking through everything at the grocery store, or you go to Target, you go to Walmart, you'll find almost nothing that's made in America. And is that a shame? Yeah, but also I'm not going to punish myself extra by spending more time and money trying to find things that are. That's kind of.
I mean, all of our favorite daily essentials. I mean, I'm looking at my daughter, so I stole my daughter's Stanley today. Yeah. Normally I have a Yeti, but this is a Stanley, made in China, right?
You are a basic B today.
I mean, everybody that basic B.
For real.
I mean, the most important things in our daily lives are what? Our phones, our vehicle, whatever we have our coffee or water in, which, by the way, they keep getting bigger and heavier by the day. I still don't understand why 2 10-year-old girls need a 50-ounce Stanley of water when they go to school, but that's the thing. almost nothing. It's honestly sad. It's sad and embarrassing that we have just sent everything overseas and we basically produce almost nothing. Now, as soon as I say that, the YouTube chat will flood with things that are still produced in America. I get it. Some things are. But even with our great advertisers, with Piazza, I mean, Piazza is an American family. They love America. They are pro-free speech. I think, are conservative owners. Yet, you know what? Based on the market, they don't sell American vehicles. I'm sure they would love to, but based on like restrictions of other companies, they have to sell, Acura and BMW, Mercedes, great brands. But I bet you they would love to sell a Ford, a Chevy, a GM, a thing like that as far as vehicles go. I think that's probably where most people are. And I'll say this, and this is going to rile up this audience. I think foreign cars are better.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to have an F-150 or a GMC Sierra, but man, I'll tell you what, my Ridgeline, it's got some bells and whistles on it that you don't get in an American truck. Have you ever owned an American vehicle?
I don't know. I don't think.
Is it Saturn?
No.
Okay,
Saturn.
then no.
No,
Ford, Chevy, General Motors.
Oh, I owned a Chevy.
Did you really?
I owned a Chevy Cavalier back in the day, way back.
My mom had a Chevy Cavalier back in the
But
day.
even if it's like an American car, half the time it's manufactured
Yeah, it's true.
overseas, or
It's
its
true. Yeah.
component parts are from Denmark and China and this Pakistan. It's like you said with the cell phone, it's like 40 different countries for one phone. That's how international trade works, and not necessarily that it's a bad thing. It's just now we have to kind of make it free, not free, but fair for everyone.
It's
for all
funny you
countries
say
involved.
that too with Ford. This Mr. America in this article, he says, despite Ford being an American company and assembling most models in the U.S., Ford sources 65% of its component parts from outside of the U.S. and outside of Canada.
Yeah.
So,
Ford's
it's an American
Ford-
car, but
Yeah.
it's an international car. Most cars are, and that's just kind of the way it is.
All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Anna's got some news to kick off the second hour. And then could you imagine on January 20th of 2025, as Trump's getting ready to take over for his second term, basically being sequestered for the first 90 days and then reemerging to see what he put into place? That's actually becoming a reality, and we have the details coming up next. It's Kayal and Company, Hour 2. Stay right there.
Summer's almost here. Dawn Stensland here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my friends from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning get us summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, a third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking that ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on LG. Get a deluxe stainless steel kitchen suite with French door refrigerator from LG. Regularly $5,700 for only $2398.88 after rebate. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I'm not scared. Kayal and Company, 7:04, hour number 2, live on a Tuesday. Major station announcement, bottom of the hour. That would be 26 minutes from now, followed by Sean Farish and What's on the Cut Sheet at 7:45. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Gift of Life. Join Gift of Life for the 28th annual Donor Dash. That is coming up on Sunday, April 27th at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. You can promote the life-saving importance of organ and tissue donation by participating in the 5K or 10K run or the 3K walk. Register today at donorsone.org. 855-839-1210. We're going to get to some news. We're also going to get to this very interesting story from the Hollywood Reporter on being out of society for 90 days, reemerging and finding out what Donald Trump has done in his first 100 days. And then also, I think Anna Hummel has to get something off of her chest, and we'll let her do that.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Big fan of when broads get things off their chest. So it's,
Oh, thank you.
Get out of the way for that. Stay out of your way. But before that, real quick, let's grab a call. 855-839-1210. Our buddy Ray in Warminster is with us. What's up, Ray?
Hey, I couldn't agree with you more about cars, man. My father was a prisoner of war in Japan for 3.5 years, and I drive Japanese cars. And I'll tell you the reason why. They don't break down.
Yeah.
And, my father had no problem with me buying a Japanese car, by the way. I did ask him before I did it. But when we had our kid, our daughter the first time, all the neighbors had kids around the same time.
Yeah.
They all bought Ford Windstars, man. You got to buy the Windstar minivan. We bought the Toyota Sienna. Guess what? We went 200,000 miles with hardly a hiccup. Every one of those Windstars was back in the shop multiple times.
Man, that's a throwback. I remember the Ford Windstar. My wife's parents had a Windstar back in 2002 when we first started dating. That's a throwback.
It just screams like, "Hey, man, I'm driving a minivan. Look at me now."
Yeah,
but best car I ever owned. Now.
Here's the thing, though. Don't you think, though, if Ford is using 65% of their parts from foreign countries, and the Toyotas, the Hondas, the Nissans of the world have basically become, they feel like American brands. Does it really even matter at this point how the car is made as far as where it comes from, what parts, this, that, and the other thing?
Well, anymore, what I've been reading is got to do with the EPA rules, right? So they're kind of screwing up engines when it comes to piston ring tolerances and stuff like that. But here's the deal. It comes down to training, too. Toyota has an engine that doesn't break, generally, right? So they don't remanufacture. If there's any goofy issues with it, they just keep on fixing it.
Yeah.
Everybody I noticed had an American car had nothing but problems with them.
Wow.
And I would love to buy an American car. Best car I ever owned was a Datsun B210,
Yeah.
78, man.
Datsun
Damn, that
B210.
thing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
DATSUN. Oh, I have not.
I guarantee you that engine's probably running somewhere in a cornfield right now. You know what I mean?
Ray, good stuff, buddy. We appreciate the call. 855-839-1210. All right, let's get to some news around number 2 at 7:07. Here is Anna Hummel with Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, today is April 15th, 2025, and it is currently 57 degrees in Philadelphia. Today's weather, you can expect increasingly windy with clouds and breaks of sun, a thunder shower in spots this afternoon with a high of 66 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy and breezy with a low of 44. In the news this morning, police seek man who robbed medical marijuana dispensary in Fairmount at gunpoint. Police officials in Philadelphia have released surveillance footage in hopes of tracking down a man who investigators claim robbed a medical marijuana dispensary at gunpoint during an afternoon robbery on April 4th, 2025. According to police, officers responded to Herbology, Where allegedly a man robbed the store at about 2:45 p.m. on April 4th. On Monday, police officials shared surveillance footage of the man believed responsible for the incident on social media. During the incident, officials said the man, described as being in his 20s with a black heart tattoo on his nose and wearing a black and gray jacket and a black backpack at the time of the incident happened, handed the clerk a note demanding the money from the register before he produced a handgun. If you have any tips about this incident, please call the Central Police Division at 215-686-3093.
It'll be interesting to see if they can catch who robbed this joint.
Yes.
See what I did there? By the way,
I did. Nice pun.
I'm surprised more people are not holding up and robbing dispensaries. I just looked this up. As of May of last year, 62 million Americans, or about 23% of the U.S. population, ages 12 and older, that's kind of weird, 12 and older, have reported using marijuana on somewhat or a routine basis.
62 million, you said?
Yeah. I'm surprised we don't have more marijuana dispensary robberies.
18%, 17% of the...
23%.
23. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's insane.
Yep.
Man sought after sexually assaulting girl, 12 in Wissahickon, police say. Law enforcement officials in Philadelphia are hoping the public can help identify a man who investigators believe sexually assaulted a 12-year-old girl and attempted to get her into his vehicle during an incident that happened in the city's Wissahickon?
Wissahickon, you nailed it.
Yeah, neighborhood on March 20th, 2025. According to police, the incident happened at around 11:24 a.m. on March 20th. A 12-year-old girl told police a man approached her on the 200 block of East Salinag Street and sexually assaulted her. During the incident, officials said the man tried to get the girl into his vehicle, a white SUV that was parked on the block. Again, if you have any tips, please call the helpline.
Okay.
And lastly,
the helpline.
Yeah, the helpline, the tip line. You know what I'm talking about. Police department's tip line, 215-686-TIPS. That's where you should be calling.
You're probably going to get redirected to a third world country.
Yeah, most likely.
Oh, it's
and lastly, a little bit of lighter news. Philly's portal to the world, moving to a new home at City Hall. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a big Philly staple.
I don't understand it, but then again, a lot of Philadelphia staples I look at and I don't really find the fascination with the portal.
Right.
This has been a story for like close to a year now.
Really?
I don't get it, but some people are fascinated
love it.
by it. Yeah.
The portal, which allows people to view other locales around the world, is set to move to the courtyard outside City Hall on Monday after a procession down the Ben Franklin Parkway and stopping at the Philadelphia Museum of Art at 9 a.m. Organizers said the portal, which had been intermittently offline and has been a target of vandalism in its home at Love Park, is expected to remain in the city for 2 more years and will be here for the nation's 250th anniversary celebrations in July 2026. On Monday morning, organizers plan to take the portal on a procession from Love Park down the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Philly Museum of Art, where it will give the world a glimpse of visitors racing up the iconic Rocky Steps.
Okay.
So that's nice. And that is Kayal and Company News Live for the 7 o'clock hour.
All right, Donna, thank you very much.
Thank you.
855-839-1210, the number. We gave you the Phillies debacle last night. They've now lost a few. They're, now 9-7. I also realized this. It's kind of snuck up on us. You know, the NFL draft is next week.
It is. Yeah, I know.
I feel like there's absolutely no, and thank God I don't do it for a living. There's no talk about it because they have the last pick.
I know.
Which is nice because you're the world champions. So it's a good problem to have.
But there's no juice.
None
surrounding
whatsoever.
It. Yeah. Imagine being on a station trying to have to make that, polish that turd.
Nah, I'd pass. Come right back down this hallway. And jump in
So,
here.
dumb question from someone who doesn't know anything about sports. Because you guys won the Super Bowl, you get the last pick. Is that how this works?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
32nd. Yeah. You win the world championship unless you do something with your draft picks and trades. Yeah. You have the last pick. It's the way it works. All right.
Gotcha. All right.
All right, I'm going to tee you up here because, it's interesting. I love when we do a little prep the day before a show and you get the sense that one of your partners is juiced up about something, a story, a topic, something somebody said, something somebody did. Now, Anna, yesterday we played the video of all of these women going up 62 miles into the air. It's a 11-minute, what do we call it? Is it a space
journey?
Shuttle? A journey?
Oh, sorry. Yes, they didn't want to call it a ride. It was a journey.
Yeah, Blue Origin. And
Yes.
you had Gail King from CBS. You had Katy Perry, a couple of other females on there. And you sent us some prep last night with a story about this. But you also, I was pretty sure that was your commentary that you're a little fired up. Now, you said, a guy would get canceled. Nobody gets canceled on this station, so I could say it.
Good.
And I agree with what you're about to say.
Of course you do. Everyone does. Every man probably feels this way, and they can't say it.
Yeah.
But I'll say it for you
Yeah, please
and
do.
myself.
Yeah, go off on it.
It's not that I was mad. It was just mostly just a massive eye roll and highly irritating. Listen, if you want to just say, hey, it's a girls' trip, we're just, going to space for 11 minutes, fine. But don't make it out like it's some victory for women because you decided to board a spacecraft that was clearly, and I looked this up, engineered mostly by men. The technology is developed by men. They put it together. They engineered it. They manufactured it. But then you throw in some women cargo, and somehow it's like you're busting through this glass ceiling of space. And then you come down from space and the men are like surveying the area, making sure everything's okay. And then they have like all the women like anchors, it's just such a hype, like feminine, divine energy, as Katy Perry said.
Yeah, we have Katy.
Okay, yeah, let's
make this point for
sure.
Yeah.
It is the highest high, and it is
literally
surrender to the unknown. Trust, and this whole journey is not just about going to space. It's the training, it's the team, it's the whole thing. I couldn't recommend this experience more. This is like up there with all the different tools that I've learned in my life, from meditation to the Hoffman process. This is up there because
the Hoffman process.
What you're doing is you're like really finding the love for yourself, because you got to trust in yourself on this journey, and then you're feeling the love when you come down, for sure, and you're feeling that strength. So I feel really connected to that strong divine feminine right now.
By the way, you're such a badass. I love that the month of April, you're like, I'm going to space and I'm launching my tour.
All right, so that's Carissa Thompson there with Katy Perry. I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It. Great song back in the day.
Yeah, it was. That was a fan favorite.
Are you claiming that none of these women really did any training? They just basically showed up 5 minutes before, was told, put this on, don't do this, please do that, go up and enjoy it?
I mean, maybe they did some training, but first of all, for her to say, I recommend this experience, I'm sorry we're not all friends with Jeff Bezos or have $500,000 in the bank to take an 11-minute trip up to space and float around with a daisy and then come down. And this love that she was feeling upon returning, it's called relief because you didn't burn up in the atmosphere. It's just, this is why everyone hates the Hollywood elite. They're just not. What was she even talking about? Just this love that it's exciting, it's a thrill, and you return to Earth and you were relieved. So for you to recommend this to the public, we're not all millionaire pop stars. It's just ungrounded. This is why we hate
right?
Yes, it is the disconnect
from reality.
Ordinary person.
And it's not like when she says I recommend it, it's not like going to Six Flags Great Adventure and riding the new roller coaster, right?
Hey,
like all of us probably in theory could do that.
I recommend the new roller coaster at Six Flags. No, you need $1 billion to be able to do this. Like, yes,
or be buds with Lauren Sanchez. I mean, everyone is they're so out of touch.
Yeah,
it's so out of touch. This was not a victory for women. So
would you label this a victory if women actually created the concept and engineered it and did more of the labor work towards it? Because I think you said this was basically crafted by all dudes.
Here's the thing. I identify as a woman, but I don't take credit for what other people do. The fact that you feel proud of women, even if they built something or accomplished something, you should just be like, hey, I'm proud of that person. I'm not going to take credit for that because we share chromosomes. Like, that doesn't even make sense to me. Like, guys probably don't feel like, wow, a guy just broke the record for the mile. You're not like, wow, I feel so much pride and joy as a fellow male that this man was able to accomplish that. No, you're like, that guy's a badass, and he accomplished something pretty incredible. So this, like, taking credit for things because you belong to a group is really like a foreign concept to me.
I've got to say, this is a kind of an interesting little plot twist here, or maybe a hot take or dunking on somebody. But Wendy's actually on their official X feed, as far as Katy Perry, after the return on Blue Origin, they tweeted, "Can we send her back?"
Wendy's did?
Wendy's.
Wow.
What sort of beef?
Dave
No
Thomas. Yeah. Wendy's.
Why do they hate Katy Perry?
I have no idea. The tweet just says, "Can we send her back?"
I love that.
That's amazing. We got Burger Wars.
Maybe somebody in the social media department at Wendy's decided to go rogue.
Yeah, like that TV station out in Los Angeles.
Oh boy.
Was it like sponsored by BK or something? Like,
did you see that story? Anna, the KTLA, the news, the all news station. It's a TV network in Los Angeles. They tweeted on Friday, I think it was Thursday or Friday, just one tweet, the N-word, like in all, like the word.
Was it hacked by Kanye?
So it was. They put it out, and then the internet was like, well,
hello,
alrighty then.
Okay then.
And then they deleted it, but the internet screenshots
never forgets.
Live forever.
Mm-hmm.
And they said they had some lame excuse that due to a technical error, we sent out a tweet in wrongly, and we apologize.
I don't know how you arrive at the technical error.
So I have a thought here.
Okay.
That Anna's right. It could have been that it was tacked, and some lowly intern or somebody who makes $10 an hour was like, you know what? I'm going out in the blaze of glory.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
doing this. Yeah. Or there are things you can do to Twitter where you can filter out certain words, and if somebody replies to your posts and says any of these offensive words, it immediately flags it or deletes it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they could have been doing some maintenance on their Twitter and say, just typing in words that they didn't that if were said or posted on their Twitter feed would immediately delete or whatever. And they did that thinking that this was one of the words that they wanted to flag, and instead sent it out.
Could you imagine?
It.
Yeah,
imagine Stalker being the brand manager of KTLA and he sees that.
Holy crap!
Oh my God. That's why.
And it was like hard R.
It was it was just the word. It was just the word.
Yeah,
there was no censoring.
No,
right.
There was no A.
Yep.
It was the
no
hard
asterisks.
R. Yeah,
Okay.
no. It was just like wow.
Yep.
And they're being they are being ripped, as well they should be.
Yep.
For that. But yeah, can you imagine an all news station?
Yep. Unbelievable.
The news station of Los Angeles, by the way.
Is that the CBS affiliate? I
think so. Yeah. Somebody's definitely getting fired.
Yep.
100% is getting fired for that.
855-839-1210. We'll wrap here with the call. Our gal Helen in Bluebell is back. She was not happy with Anna last week with the Bobby Kennedy impersonation, but I think she's set to give off a really good take here. Helen, hello. How are you?
Hi, Greg. And you said this may not be my station, a station for me, but I disagreed with that, too.
Oh, thank you, Helen. I love you. I love you,
listen to you every time I get behind the wheel.
I love you, sweetheart.
I'd like to comment on the Katy Perry story going to space for 11 minutes and how it's a win for women. I would love to see them using their influence, whatever that may be, to stand up for the women who are kneeling when they have to compete against men.
Amen to
Why
that.
are they not doing that?
Yep,
Yeah,
I
instead
agree.
of this big deal
I
over
agree.
nothing.
Yep, use your platform to stand up for biological females against dudes. Because, Helen, I've said this many times, and we've talked a lot about these stories over the last 2 or 3 years. Like, men can only say so much. If powerful women are going to be silent, then women are going to continue to get squashed unfairly in these settings, right?
Right, and feel like they do not have a voice.
Yep.
So let's commend them, the ones that did have the courage.
I agree. Helen, great call. 855-839-1210. Take that, Katy Perry. All right, we'll come back. We've got our major station announcement coming up in just under 7 minutes. 7:30. What could it be? Who signed off on it? We'll get all the details when we come back. Kayal and Company, Anna Hummel in for Dawn, and then Sean Farish will join us as we're about 20 minutes out from a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Stay right there.
Dawn Stensland here. Summer's right around the corner. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. That's why I had my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, out to get our AC unit summer ready. Marvin E. Cans, third-generation owned, military veteran-founded company. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced for summer. And if Marvin E. Cans feels your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train AC unit. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Listen to Kayal and Company this morning at 7:30 for a major station announcement. Do not miss it. 1210 WPHT.
$7:29. It is Kayal and Company. Happy Tuesday to all of you. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? We will find out in 15 minutes. Sean Farish in the on-deck circle. And our major station announcement coming up in a matter of moments. But before that, let's grab a phone call. A lot of people jumping in on the Blue Origin 62-mile, 11-minute ride into space, a.k.a. a big, a fancy amusement park ride. Sam in Westchester wants to jump in. Sam, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Sam.
Hey, that's what it is. It was a super expensive for the super rich theme park ride. They didn't have to train to do anything, scientific like regular astronauts actually do. They didn't have to go through any special, technical, where you have to go through all kind of medical tests and all. All they had to do was sit their ass in a chair, get strapped in just like going on a roller coaster, and then, you're up, you're down, and you're done. And thank you for $500,000.
It's like me showing up at King Shooter's Supply to shoot a gun for the first time. I didn't train for 6 weeks for it. I showed up 20 minutes before. They said, here, wear these earmuffs, wear these goggles. Make sure you don't point the gun in the wrong direction. Have fun.
That's it.
There you go. Sam in Westchester. Anna Hummel, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If it wasn't celebrity women, if it wasn't the Gayle Kings and the media elites and the Hollywood bougie crowd like Katy Perry, it was just 6 Anna Hummels. You have more respect for them?
Probably not, but it would be better than just Katy Perry talking about how she recommends it and that she felt just this eternal love upon descending back down into Earth. Listen, it was cool. I saw the video and it looked like a good time with the ladies up in space, but to recommend it and say everybody should do this is just so elitist and out of touch and just shows you why exactly everyone hates the Hollywood elite these days.
I try to be consistent. I have to give them credit because I told you guys yesterday on this show I did not have and would not have the guts to go up in that flight. There's no way I could do that.
Yeah, I don't have a burning desire to go to space.
I don't either. All right, let's get to our major station announcement because this is going to be great.
I'm leaving.
Yep.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not leaving.
Right.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm not. Honest face was like, what? Yeah, no, I'm not leaving.
Jimmy Kelly is officially taking over Afternoon Drive.
Rich Zioli is once again moving day parts.
Zioli's having another surgery, and Jimmy Kelly will be in until Labor Day.
No.
Yeah, Jimmy.
All right, here we go. So the major station announcement is we have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania.
I am so excited to go to Phoenixville, PA. I love the Colonial Theater. For those of you who don't know, that's where The Blob was filmed, you know, the movie from the 1950s or 60s. The Blob was filmed there. They have a Blob Fest every year in July where people just hang out on the street and drink and then watch the Blob movie. And it is such a cool town. It's such a cool area. I'm so excited to go there.
And speaking of blobs,
sloppy Chris Christie,
he will not be there. So buckle up. 1210 WPHT is diving headfirst into Trump's first 100 days. And it will be all of us.
What?
Roundtable panel discussion. Think Abby Phillip on CNN at 10 p.m. with Scott Jennings, but funny with better takes.
Yeah.
Join myself, Dawn Stensland, Dom Giordano, and Rich Zeoli for a no-holds-barred discussion. What really happened in this first 100 days? What's next? You don't want to miss it. Tickets available. 1210WPHT.com.
They're going to go fast, by the way. So get your tickets. Like, they went on sale right now. So right now, go to 1210WPHT and get the tickets. By the way, having all of you guys in the same place at one time is contractually. I don't know if I'm.
It's very hard to do.
Yeah, I'm not allowed. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that or not.
I try to make sure my agent. I run this through my agent and my people, and then they negotiate and the whole bit.
And remember, politics and Pines. We'll be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's right.
You know what I mean.
That's right.
So it'll be uncensored, no holds barred. Trump's first 100 days, and this is. Truth be told, we had a little issue with some of the venues because our content is not exactly loved by everybody.
I don't know why it's not.
So when we went to places, we're like, hey, we're thinking about doing having a roundtable discussion involving the audience. You know, that's the other thing, too. We're going to involve the audience, too. They can ask questions and stuff. Drinking, and we're going to talk about Trump's first 100 days. They're like, what station is this from? 1210 WPHT. It's May. We have the kids and the plays, and we have the stuff. So sorry.
I'm gonna have to check with my boss on that. It's just I'm not really sure that we should go down this road. We're a family-friendly establishment.
But the Colonial Theater has balls in Phoenixville, PA, and they're like, hey, come on in. It's great. The more the merrier.
Yeah.
You guys can sell this out? Absolutely, we want you here.
That's right.
So thank you to the Colonial Theater. Get your tickets now because they're going to go super fast.
And speaking of Donald Trump and his first 100 days, I think we have the president with us.
Oh!
Here on Kayal and Company. Mr. President, how are you?
Well, we've had the greatest 100 days. I just got off the phone with the Easter Bunny. We're talking about lowering tariffs on the eggs. You know, we got egg prices down, so we got the Easter Bunny. Remember last year you had crooked Joe Biden. He called it the Oyster Bunny. Nobody's ever heard of that before. And he laid a bunch of eggs, right? He laid a giant egg. His entire administration was an egg. You know, you look at politics and pints, by the way. Wouldn't it be something if your favorite president called in? It's possible. You know a guy. I know a guy.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
more than
saying.
welcome. Absolutely.
I'm just saying, and I can't wait to come to what's called Blobfest. You know, you look at it, Blobfest. I've known a few blobs in my day. You look at Stacey
Sloppy
Abrams,
Chris
you look
Christie.
at Rosie,
Yeah.
you look at Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
You look at Chris Christie. You look at what caused the earthquake in California, Jiggly Belly Pritzker, right, JB? Jiggly Belly.
I love
Hey, guys.
Hi, dude.
What's going on, brother?
What's going on? How are you?
Jiggly Belly Pritzker is probably my favorite so far. I love Jiggly Belly Pritzker.
That's a fairish original. There's no doubt about it.
And when I say that, I don't mean the human. I mean the term.
The name. If Trump ever steals that, I'm suing him. Yeah. He's going to be like, well, but you say it like me. I'm going to say, but you know what? It's my term.
Exactly right.
Part of the deal. Tariff.
Exactly.
Sir.
Speaking of Trump, we got to get your thoughts on this. I think this is a great idea. So the Hollywood Reporter, Stalker sent me this late last night. He sent me this at like midnight when he was up doing prep. It's really ridiculous. I was asleep. And he says the Donald Trump first 100 days is actually going to be a reality show. I wish we would have came up with this idea. So Fox News apparently placed 4 people on January 20th, Inauguration Day, quote, in complete isolation in upstate New York with no contact to the outside world, no phones, no internet, no TV, no social media. And 90 days later, these 4 people are going to come out of their cocoon, and it's going to be a show hosted by Greg Gutfeld called What Did I Miss? And it's going to be on the Fox Nation streaming service. and the grand prize for the winner is $50,000. I mean, these are the kinds of ideas that I think we should create here on Kayal and Company, and we could beat Gutfeld to the punch. But here's my question, though, for you, Farish. Could you imagine living think about this for you. Your job, basically, throughout the day is a content creator on social media. Would you be able to go 90 days with no connection to the outside world?
First of all, I need a little more clarity on what exactly, what do you win? Like, there's a winner?
The premise of the show,
$50,000.
Yeah.
How do you win?
So it's to elicit curiosity, given the nonstop barrage of news that has accompanied Trump's return to office, from the Gulf of America to a global trade war over tariffs. No shortage of news events that would surprise people, kept in isolation. So I'm assuming they're going to be put to the test on everything that has transpired at warp speed with this administration. And I'm assuming something to the effect of, can they guess this? How accurate are they on this? They're basically going to be challenged, which is interesting. If they are politically savvy or somewhat politically astute, they're going to know, because Trump said, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. And he's basically doing what he said he would do on the campaign trail.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, 90 days isolation.
Nothing.
If Aaron Rodgers is a contestant, then he will obviously win, because he's used to doing these, retreats. Like, what's that darkness thing he did, which apparently he really liked.
Sensory deprivation tank stuff.
Yeah, something like that. And I would have maybe it would be interesting for like 5 minutes. I probably couldn't do it for 90 days. I have an unhealthy addiction to X, so it's I would probably start breaking out. It would be fun. And look, as long as there's something for me to light on fire, I'm a pyromaniac. As long as there's something for me to light on fire without being connected to the internet, I'll probably be okay. But 90 days is a long time. Or 100 days, I guess. That's a long time.
You would have to give me more. Forget winning $50,000.
$50K. I need that up front.
I need a down payment up front. I need a signing bonus. Like, I would need $100,000 for that minimum. 3 months on a Hummel. I go on vacation once a year in the summer, and I always say I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to put the phone away. 3 days into like a 7-day vacation, I'm immediately checking X. I don't know how any of these people could do it.
Yeah, I mean, given that this is real, okay, we'll just assume that. What did they do for 90 days? Like, obviously you can't work because you can't use a computer.
You're in upstate New York. You just live out in the woods in a cabin.
Just farm on a commune or something and wait. But
Hummel, I could totally see you, by the way, on like a reality show like this.
Really?
Yeah, you give off reality show vibes.
Oh.
Doesn't Hummel have like the reality star vibe? No, I could see you like on MTV's Real World back in the day.
Oh, yeah, no way.
No?
I'd like to watch drama. I don't like to be involved with drama.
Yeah,
there is like a
I agree
weird
with that.
distance where if you're just close enough, it's super fun. But then when it actually involves you, not fun anymore.
Right.
No. But yeah, this should be an interesting show and see.
I'm going to watch this, no doubt.
Yeah.
I don't know how you keep somebody disconnected for that long, though.
I agree.
Anna was like, "Is it real?" And I'm gonna assume it isn't. Like, I'm gonna say that these are actors,
Okay.
and that this is a BS show.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
calling it up front. Because a lot of stuff, by the way, on Fox is BS anyway these days. So.
I'm going with Sean and Anna on this. I think since Gutfeld's involved, I'm guessing there's some sort of a bit here.
You're calling shenanigans?
I'm guessing there's some sort of
a bit.
Yes, yeah.
Can't they do at least 100K? I don't know. 50 seems like
it is kind of low.
Yeah, that's the thing. $50,000 is low. Like, I would, if you're gonna stick me in a place and take me out of work for 3 months, I want at least 3 months worth of income plus about 25% tariff on the income. So you give me about 3 months plus 25%. And then 100,000 maybe for the winnings. I think so whoever did this negotiated a very bad deal, right?
It's a bad
gotten
deal.
a lot more,
Yeah.
right? I would have gotten a lot more.
Boy, Dominion must have really cleaned them out, huh?
Yeah. Well,
Ooh, I went
that
there.
or I don't know.
I went there.
One of their overpaid hosts. Who knows?
Yeah, Hannity gets 50,000 a second. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, it is the Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Get ready, folks. We have a lot of good ones on tap. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this, but first a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America. Yesterday I was driving home, pulled into my development, and I could see the HOA people and the lawn care and the landscapers out there. It was the first grass cutting of the season. Rolled the window down. Love the smell of a fresh cut lawn, but you have to take pride in your lawn. That's half of the battle. And when you're choosing a lawn care service, It makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and is also safer for your family and pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals, and they use environmentally friendly products that keeps your lawn lush and green. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. But don't just take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners that are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying that beautiful, eco-friendly lawn. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, and you will get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED, because your lawn deserves the best. So call the best, locally owned, family operated. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
As the big bad wolf of Wall Street tries to blow your retirement house down, investors need a sturdy foundation to protect their nest egg. This week's expert report analyzes 3 common ways investors go about protecting their nest egg from the gale force winds of economic uncertainty. Most investors choose high-risk securities, which is a straw house of retirement investing because it was blown away during market crashes in 01, 08, and 2020, wiping out years of Wall Street gains. Other investors choose bank CDs and savings accounts, which is the brittle stick house of retirement investing. While more stable in nature than the straw house of securities, bank investments are often whittled away by low returns and the rising cost of goods and services. And make no mistake about it, the stick house is not immune to collapse, as we saw bank failures in 1933 and 2008, and as recently as 2023 with Silicon Valley Bank, leaving depositors high and dry. Over 6,000 investors in the greater Philadelphia region are secure despite the economic storm we're experiencing today. Their money is invested in the financial life insurance industry, which is the brick house that has withstood all economic storms since the 18th century. Unlike the straw house of securities and the stick house of bank investments, the financial life insurance industry has not collapsed during market crashes and has kept investors above water while economic storms have washed other investors' nest eggs away. If you're in or near retirement, schedule to meet with a licensed retirement phase expert and learn how you can renovate the foundation of your crumbling straw and stick house and protect your nest egg with the bricks of financial security.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, it's Kayal and Company on the radio. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you're just tuning in and maybe you were listening at 6:43 and you didn't stick around till 7:30 like we told you to, shame on you. But you missed the big station announcement. Politics and Pints, the next edition, Trump's First 100 Days, is coming up Tuesday, May 6th, Colonial Theater, Phoenixville, PA. You can get your tickets, 1210WPHT.com. Roundtable discussion, myself, Don Stensland, Dom Giordano, and Rich Zioli. All right, let's get down to business. What does Stocker have on tap for a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Get ready for a burst of bold, fruity flavor. Introducing Rita's new Skittles Ice. Try it in gelati or ice blender. Add even more fun with the crunchy new Skittles Pop Topping. Stop by Rita's today. Rita's, thank you for sponsoring the ever-important first part of What's on the Cut Sheet on this Tuesday edition, since now, what, like 10:02 yesterday, we were still doing the cut sheet.
2 hours and 17
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Came up with this concept.
Never enough.
Never enough. So AOC and Bernie Sanders are on a Stop the Oligarchy tour. They were in Idaho,
Utah?
Iowa, Utah.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Utah.
Part of they showed up at Coachella.
No, this is Idaho.
Okay.
This is Idaho.
Vanity Fair's been writing all about it.
Nampa, Idaho.
Population of 9.
And
never heard of it.
A
lot of potatoes, right? A lot of potatoes.
And AOC broke out a new accent.
Oh, jeez.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
If this is not proof that they haven't learned a damn thing, here's your confirmation 6 months in.
Have you no empathy, man?
They love to. Is this code switching? Is this continue, or is this considered?
See the clip.
All right.
I
Okay.
saw this one.
Okay. All right. Okay. Calm down, everybody.
Yeah, humbled. Let them know. Let them know.
Sorry.
Everybody just,
Yes.
It's the art of the tease, ladies and gentlemen. All right. AOC, the Fight Oligarchy tour in Idaho. Roll it.
Donald Trump is a criminal who was found guilty of 34 felony counts of fraud.
Is that Lucille Ball?
Liable for sexual abuse.
Oh, my
Of
God.
course he's
She an
lying and
anchor from,
abusing
the
and manipulating
1920s?
the stock market too.
What? Dos?
When he talks about rapists and criminals, he should look in the mirror. Yeah.
No, she'll get sued for that one.
Wow. My lord. All right. Have fun.
Where's
What
my,
was that?
Here you go.
Have you no empathy, man?
Yeah.
I certainly hope there's enough space on the train for me.
Do we know what that was?
No.
I've never heard that accent before.
No.
Is that a Spanish accent?
I have no idea.
Is that an accent from 1912?
Yeah, it sounded more like get your newspapers here, like that.
Right.
Is that somebody on the
From
Titanic?
30s.
Wait, hang on.
Speaking of which,
Yeah.
this is the anniversary of when Candace Owens says the Jews sank the Titanic because iceberg was actually somebody's last name.
Right.
That's
Right.
So that's
She's
it. That's today's
obsessed
tweet.
with
Yeah.
All right. Roll it one more time. Just the beginning.
Donald Trump is a criminal
Yeah.
All right.
who was found guilty
There's the switch right there.
34 felony counts of fraud. Liable for sexual abuse.
Abuse!
Of course
Liable for
he's lying
sexual
and
abuse.
abusing and manipulating the stock market too.
Two?
Is that a question?
That's
Two?
T-O-O, by the way, not
Yeah.
T-W-O. Yeah, that's inauthentic.
It's like she said it with like a Cajun T-E-A-U-X. Is kind of how she just pronounced it. Two.
What did John Kennedy say? Operation Let Them Speak?
Yeah.
Just keep letting these people speak.
He also said, going through life is hard. Well, it's even harder when you're stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he says...
she's definitely slid off her cracker.
Past normal.
Exactly.
Try harder not to suck.
He's the best.
I'm not. Yeah, she kind of flips in and out of like a Spanish accent and an old timey accent and Jar Jar Binks. Like I'm not exactly sure where.
Well, be careful with Jar
I
Jar
know.
Binks because now Ilhan Omar is going to get pissed at her, right?
Yeah,
because that's the real Jar Jar. Some people did something, right? You know,
It's amazing. We have a pretty well-traveled show right here. Sean, you've gone from Long Island to Nashville. I've went from Philly to Nashville. Anna's been to every country on the planet.
Yeah.
Have you ever? Has anybody on this show ever changed their accent based
No.
on what audience they were placating to?
Nope.
I mean,
No.
Stocker's never. Stocker, when you went to Coastal Carolina,
No.
did you adopt an accent?
I did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I just got back from a trip to Ohio. I went up to Warren County.
I saw that.
It was awesome, by the way. It was just such a great room. But I didn't start talking like an Ohioan. I was still saying walk the dog and pour the coffee. People were like, "What is this guy's problem?" You know what I mean?
I'm not above
you know.
placating to a crowd, but I don't think I could pull it off. Like it just would seem and feel inauthentic.
So you didn't speak
Yeah.
differently at UC Santa Barbara?
No, I think I tried like mate overseas one time, and I was like, this doesn't feel right. So
That was
I'm
when
gonna
you were
stop
what
doing
in
that.
Australia or Thailand?
Yeah, Australia. I was like, yeah, my mate. I'm like, can't pull it off. I'm gonna stop doing that. so.
Australia.
Mm.
That's Australia is a cool place. I've been there once, and they sound like people from England trying to like push out a big dump. You know, you have the English people. The English people are like, all right, let's get a cup of tea, and then Australians are straining. They're like, all right, good on you, mate.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the size of that beauty. Right? It's like, what I'm saying? They're
I
intense.
love Aussies.
They also brought out Joan Baez.
Oh God.
Who?
Joan Baez. She was a folk singer. She was at the original Woodstock, Sean. So like we're talking.
Yes.
She was popular literally in like 1965.
Yeah, we're talking over a half century ago.
And she's a big protest. She's been on the same cause for 70 years.
And not to steal your thunder, because I think I had it in this Vanity Fair story. Also, Maggie Rogers and Neil Young were there as well.
Yeah, Maggie Rogers is relatively young, but Neil.
Well,
the same thing.
I
Neil
hope
Young
Neil
was at
Young
the
will
original.
remember. The Southern man don't need him around. Just putting that out there.
Again, Neil Young was at the original Woodstock. So like we're talking about people that are just they can't let the 60s go.
Yeah.
They
Can
cannot
we get
let
the Jurassic Park theme song playing in the background with all these dinosaurs?
Joan Baez decided to bust out a little song.
Turn me around.
Everybody.
Keep on walking.
This cringe.
Keep
What in the
on
world?
talking. Marching up to freedom land. Ain't gonna let those lousy billionaires turn me around. No. Turn me around. No.
There you go.
This is where Bill Maher is correct when I said in the Big Take, when I played you that clip where he said, Bill Maher identifies as a classic liberal, and he says that the left-wing progressive woke people believe they are an extension of liberalism, to which most people that understand where Bill Maher is coming from would realize that's not an extension of liberalism. These people are off their rockers. What's up with the clapping, too? Every time they get together, it's just cringe, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's secular church. A lot of these people claim that they're no longer religious, but they belong to the church of woke.
Yeah.
It's kind of similarly like the call and answer, the prayers, the hands up. Like it's right out of the church playbook, it seems.
Do they think that they're resonating? Like, AOC, right? She's young. What is she,
Yeah.
34, 35?
Yeah.
Do they think that they're covering, like, all the different generations by trotting out fossils like Neil Young?
It's all they got, so
I
they
want
might
to
as well
appeal to
use what they
every.
got.
Like, I'm 41, and this audience ranges anywhere from 18 to 70 something. But
Yeah.
I don't pander to the audience by having somebody on as a guest to meet a certain generation. Like, I just try to be myself, and for the most part, the masses seem to enjoy it. These people go out of their way to pander, and if you're just looking at it objectively, you're like, this isn't going to land with anybody.
It seemed so fake.
It
right?
did. It really
now,
did.
People think Bernie's running for president. I think he's for lack of a better term, grooming AOC to run in his stead in 2028. But yeah, because these are big crowds and everybody's talking about it now. The narrative is out there that there's a movement, So I think that might be what's going on. Because either that or she's going to run for Senate, take out Chuck Schumer. But I don't see Bernie running again. He's I can't run anywhere. So
Yeah, he's in
How
his.
old is he?
He's like 83.
Yeah.
83.
Yeah, he's way too old.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Sean, yesterday we were talking about how he came out at Coachella, that festival out in California.
Yeah.
And he was talking about billionaires and oligarchies and all of that stuff, and people were literally spending $100 on taco plates there.
Yes, I did see that.
And taking out mortgages almost, financing tickets because tickets are so expensive. And he's talking about oligarchies.
Yep.
No, not for nothing, but tickets to go see Kenny Chesney, which is like actually a phenomenal country show, are more affordable than tickets to go see Bernie Sanders. So, talk about capitalism for a second.
The guy's been ranting about oligarchies for 32 years.
Yeah.
We played you
he
the
needs
clip
He
yesterday.
needs a new shtick. And him yelling at a crowd in Coachella, they're all on drugs, is just as effective as those people in maybe like New Orleans or any big city, and they're just like, love Jesus, and there's people on the streets getting drunk and hammered and having a good time. It's not going to land. People are not there to hear you talk about politics. They're there to actually get away from it and try to enjoy their lives.
Yes.
So I don't know why he was there.
Those people aren't going to remember that anyway.
No.
They're on acid.
Who was
Leave them
there?
alone.
Who was there? Okay.
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds was there, by the way. Lucy?
Anna, you
I've
make
never met her.
I love Lucy. No, Anna, you make a great point as far as people that are under the influence. They're like, first of all, they didn't come for that. Secondly, they're not going to remember it. This happened to me in October. It was like a Saturday evening in 2024. I was watching college football. I was on like my fourth beer, and some lady shows up to my porch with Kamala Harris pamphlets. I answered the door. I'm like, hello. And she's like trying to pitch me on Kamala Harris. You're not going to land with me.
You just start booing. Boo. Get away
Here's
from
the thing,
me.
you go to Coachella, you're on, however many, a copious amount of drugs.
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders starts shouting about oligarchies across the, the field. You're probably doing more drugs after that to black that out. You know what I mean? So that's one of the, you hear that and you're like, guys, do you see this crusty old communist screaming at us across the, who's got more Lucy? We need Lucy right in the sky with diamonds, because I must be tripping, right? You see this, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what they're going for, but people will say, oh, big crowd. And, Kamala had quote unquote big crowds too, and she got smoked. So I don't want to hear it.
Speaking of people with Trump derangement syndrome, Keith Olbermann.
Oh, this is my favorite clip of the day.
He's like, what are the levels? What are the stages? Stage 1, stage 2?
He's on stage 5.
He's like, so first of all, he's promoting his podcast and what's coming up on the
Countdown.
The Countdown podcast that he does, I believe, for a competing radio company. But he's standing out on his balcony. He's clearly like super rich because he has a beautiful apartment that overlooks Central Park. You know what I mean? Like, why he's wasting his time with this? But he's just like a bitter old man who sits in his house, doom scrolls, and fixates on Trump.
He looks like, when you see this video, folks, he looks like he's in a straitjacket.
He does.
And the angle of the camera looks like he recorded this on like some balcony surveillance camera.
You have to see this.
It is bizarre.
YouTube.com.
It is the most bizarre video of this and this is Keith Olbermann we're talking about.
Yeah.
This guy's made a living being bizarre,
Yeah.
but this is the most bizarre video I've ever seen.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see this video. Roll it, Phil.
On the all-new Monday Countdown podcast, Kristi Noem, the head of the Department of Homeland Security, and Tom Homan, the head of ICE, must be arrested immediately for contempt of court. They are defying court orders to return Mr. Abrego Garcia from captivity and torture in El Salvador.
Captivity.
And they and Trump are on the verge of being in contempt of court of the Supreme Court, as Trump begins to indicate he will not abide by its rulings about returning Abrego to this country. It is time to teach the Trump administration a lesson. The Trump administration is trying to teach the rest of us a lesson, which is that even if it makes a mistake, it will not correct it, and that we should all be afraid of being arrested even if we were born here. That's why dozens, perhaps hundreds of people born in this country, full residents, full citizens of this nation, received notices over the weekend that they had 7 days to leave America.
The paddy wagon's coming to
Just
get you.
another administrative error.
At least the shoes match the
Administrative
hood.
terror is
Yeah.
more like it. All that plus Bill Maher self-destructs again with a
God. Is he wearing a
propaganda
hospital
video
gown
for
underneath
Trump,
that?
this time reciting all the great things Trump has
muumuu.
done for him, all the same things Bill said Trump had done for him in 2015 when I was a guest on his show, all the same things he then repudiated, claiming Trump had betrayed him. All that and more on the brand new Monday Countdown podcast, now live wherever you podcast.
Back to my padded cell I go.
Oh my
I'll tell you
I'll
what.
tell you
when,
what.
when he does jump, based on that view, he's dead right away. He's up there high.
I hope the podcast is not filmed from that angle. The whole thing.
I think I unlocked the mystery.
How long until he gets fired from this too? Because that's what something he's made a habit of doing. He's just getting fired from jobs very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I call him. You know how you look at him. I call him Casper the stupid ghost. Right? You see him. What a stupid guy.
He does look really pale there too. See, this is
Yeah.
what happens when you don't leave your high rise.
Yeah, it's not
It's bad.
good. I think the angle can hide. No, as a girl, there are angles that are better than others. I feel like it can hide a double chin or a turkey neck. So maybe he's sporting one of those, and the
Yeah.
higher the angle, the thinner
Kamala
that
should
you
have taken
look.
that thing.
So maybe it was more
She
of
has
just
what I
like
call-
a vanity thing.
You know what I call it, right? With Kamala, we call it the Gizzard of Oz, right? You look at it. We're off to see the gizzard, right? Pay no attention to that neck behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Trump's going to come and arrest American citizens.
Yeah, so that's
Start with him.
Yeah, that's the big talking point now is
the Bukele thing.
Yes, and Colbert referenced this last night on his program, but he said it basically the way they're framing this is a gang member that was deported. He says, quote, was kidnapped by ICE and rendered to a torture prison.
Yeah, he's now in captivity, as Olbermann said as well. Like he's Free Willy.
This is you started this 41 second? Yeah, all right. Roll Colbert, Phil.
Trump's last presidency. There's fun parts and there's disturbing parts. And tonight we're all out of fun parts. This next part, you're going to want to put in a bite stick because today Trump met with a kindred autocrat, El Salvador President Nayib Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. Not a ton of competition there. The only ones in the running were Bukele and Generalissimo Chita of Chitonia. Bukele has something that Trump really admires, a huge prison complex that experts have described as hell on earth. I'd say that's underselling it. At least in hell, you never get a visit from Kristi Noem. One of the inmates currently in that prison is a Maryland man legally working here in the United States, married to an American citizen with American children. His name is Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and he was kidnapped by ICE and rendered to the torture prison because what Trump's own lawyers have admitted was an administrative error.
Oh, all right. So, you know what's interesting to me is this obsession with, these words like fascism, authoritarianism, totalitarianism, dictator for day one. You know what I've noticed about Bukele? No crime. You know what I've noticed about Javier Milei in Argentina? No inflation. These guys don't give a damn, and they get things accomplished. And then Trump starts making comments. You know what this is? This is the saving grace of all of these people in media that get to extend their career for 4 more years, Sean? Because guys like Colbert, people like CNN or MSNBC, they can take sound bites and then overreact even though the audience continues to dwindle. And the framing of this is just amazing to me. How many headlines have you seen where they've been labeling this guy as Maryland man? Not gang member, not threat, not El Salvador, but Maryland man. Like they went to Maryland and scooped up John Smith from a white picket fence and shipped him off to hell on earth.
Yeah, I seen a bunch of those headlines where it's Maryland man, Maryland father, this whole thing. And I always make this challenge. Okay. Lead by example. I've seen, the two most insufferable twin brothers on X, the Krasensteins, whining about this. And I mean, full blown, like this is their uncle that got deported, and I'm like, all right, well, open your home. You want this guy to be, want him to come back. Why don't you let him stay with you? And it's like, well, that's not my job or blah, blah, blah. Well, the whole point is that we're pretty sure that this guy is a gang member. And I don't care if he's a father who happens to live in Maryland. He seems like a pretty bad hombre, right? So why don't you lead by example? Mm-hmm. Today's tax day, by the way. I wonder how many liberals who want to tax the snot out of everybody are going to pay extra. I don't think anybody, right? So it just the framing of it. And by the way, is there anybody who genuinely still thinks Stephen Colbert is funny? Like even if you have TDS, he's just like nails on a like I'd rather eat sandpaper, I think, than listen to Stephen Colbert.
Let me ask you real quick, because I want to get honest thoughts as well. Who do you despise more, the Krasensteins or the Tates?
I'm gonna.
I knew that would be a tough one for you. Think about it. Think about it.
You know what? I'm going to say the Tates because I don't think the Krasensteins traffic people and are nasty to women. I think
that's a good point.
I think I'll even go so far as to say that the women that the Krasensteins are involved with may be beards, like Lance Bass or something, right? The Tates are bad hombres. The Krasensteins are just stupid people, right? So
yeah.
I'm going to say the Tates I don't like more.
Anna, do you want Maryland family man in your neighborhood?
No, thank you. It's like, is he an MS-13 gang member? Yes or no? It seems to be yes. Is he an El Salvadorian national? Yes. And for us, and I think I forget who the second person that commented, I think you're going to play in the next clip. He goes, how arrogant of the United States to say what we should be doing with an El Salvadorian citizen. It's not our place. The guy's a gang member. MS-13 is a foreign terrorist organization. Get him out of here. And if like an American citizen commits a crime, whatever it is, and they're separated from the family because they go to prison, no one throws a fit about it. Oh no, these children won't have a gang member father. Nobody says stuff like that.
Yep.
So it's absolutely ridiculous.
I actually think, when you look at this, the border was essentially 1B for the biggest issue this election. Some people thought it was 1A, economy, immigration, 1-2, right?
Yeah.
I mean, of all the people that have been rounded up, all the people that have been deported, even if you made the mistake, even if it was, quote, administrative error, your batting average is what? 99.8%. Yet the media and the Democrats, on arguably the biggest issue in the country, are willing to triple down, even if it was a mistake and he's not a gang member. It's another 80-20 issue that they're willing to die on that hill for and lose. I don't get it, but keep doing it.
Yeah.
Caitlin Collins asked a question yesterday in the Oval Office with the. Is he a president? Is the president of El Salvador?
I think that's his.
I think that's his title.
Officially,
and they just had it started with Pam Bondi, then it went to Stephen Miller, and then it went to who else was there?
Pam Bondi was there. She wasn't on Fox News. She was there.
Rubio was there.
Yeah, Rubio. Like they all kind of took turns debunking what Caitlin Collins asked. She asked about this.
Question mark?
Deported.
And he actually came dressed better than Zelensky, so he knows how to dress.
This deported family man. Roll cut 12, Phil. This is cut 12. Go.
Would you answer that question also, please?
Yes, gladly. So, as Pam mentioned...
Oh, no. 12, Phil. 12.
By the way, good look by Bukele. The black jacket and pants
Sure.
with the
Nice
black
beard.
shirt.
Yeah. I guess you don't have 12, Phil?
No, I see it right there. 49-12.
From El Salvador. So,
whatever.
With respect to you.
That's not it?
No. 12, Phil. Pam Bondi. No? We don't have it? How about 13? You have 13?
13.
Would you answer that question also?
All right, okay, never mind.
So
we'll just play this, Phil. Just play it. Just play it. Jesus Christ.
Pam mentioned is an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So, it's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As 2 immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So we had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue was raised to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which, as I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world, and I can promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan
But
to
the
ask
Supreme
for
Court's
permission to
asking
get it
to.
back?
And what was the ruling in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0
in our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling, saying that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time. No version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador.
All right, so let's pause it right there. That's good. Stephen Miller, breaking it down, basically just gave you the case brief right there. Not one, but 2 judges ruled and determined that this guy was an MS-13 member.
Yes.
MS-13, Tren de Aragua, Trump and the administration have deemed them terrorist organizations. They have no right to stay here. And imagine being an American citizen, knowing what, and alluding to what he is saying there, of all the heinous activities that these gangs do to people in this country or any other country for that matter, and advocating and fighting on their behalf to bring them back. I mean, I can't wrap my head around the way these people think. It really is America last. I don't get it.
You know, on Long Island where I grew up, there was a town, Brentwood is the name of it, and it was an MS-13 hotbed, right? Where and it would spill over into some of the nicer towns on Long Island. For some strange reason, and Trump has said this before, MS-13 took a big liking to Long Island, and it became a problem in the early to mid 2000s before Trump was elected a first time. And the people, I'm not joking, would find arms, legs, the Colombian necktie where they pull your tongue.
Mm-hmm.
They cut a hole in your neck after you're dead, and they pull your tongue through the hole in your neck to send a message. Yes, this is not a group of people like, you hear the Bloods, the Crips, like, street gang. They make those guys look like Boy Scouts. Okay. And this was happening widespread on Long Island. Long Island is a generally affluent area, right? Yeah. That's not supposed to be happening there. Right. So MS-13 is no joke. I'm not saying that this guy necessarily gave somebody what they call the Colombian necktie. But, if you're telling me this guy is a member of MS-13, is a citizen of El Salvador, and you just got him out of our country, as someone who grew up next to towns where these people, essentially, it was like they were a cartel. You went in, you had to pay a toll in some cases. It was just, you didn't go to Brentwood, okay? Like there's a Brentwood, Tennessee, totally different than the Brentwood on Long Island. Like, oh, Brentwood, Tennessee. I'm like, I don't want to go to Brentwood. Oh, different Brentwood. Like, it just, the fact that there are people, because they've never been around it. Okay. The fact that there are people that are arguing, well, is he really that? Yes, he's that bad. Okay. He's that bad, period.
Yep.
Oh,
crazy. The El Salvador president, Bukele, then addressed this about deporting the MS-13 terrorists back to the United States. And he's like, why would I don't have the authority to do that. Why would I do that? This is cut 14, Phil. Roll it.
Can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm suppose you're not suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States? What do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
So you can release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. We're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. We just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into our country.
There's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people.
He's right. He's right. He's 1,000% right. Bukele cares more about American safety than Democrats do.
Yeah, this really has nothing to do with that El Salvadorian citizen. It's all just trying to manufacture fear porn and make Trump look bad.
These people are more offended by this Maryland man being mistakenly sent back to El Salvador than they were the fact that Laken Riley had her head bashed in.
Oh, totally.
Well,
they didn't even stand for her on Inauguration Day.
Nick, yesterday, the verdict came in for Rachel Morin's killer guilty of murder, right?
Yeah,
so we're hyperventilating over this MS-13. Oh, he's a Maryland father with the biggest air quote. Nobody's ever seen air quotes like this. These are huge, like foam finger air quote. A Maryland man, right? I have foam fingers in here somewhere because
next to the word salad for.
I'll grab them in a minute. But the Maryland man, right? They don't on the day that Rachel Morin's killer was convicted. So
yeah,
I think Anna's right. It's all manufactured outrage. That's all it's about. That's all it's about.
Cut 11 here, Phil. Trump talked about the previous administration and allowing for people to come in freely. Roll this.
Well, we had a terrible thing happen. We had an administration that allowed people to come in freely into our country from not only South America, but from all over the world, many from the Congo in Africa, Asia, all over the world, Europe, rough parts of Europe. And they came from prisons, and they came from mental institutions, and they came from gangs, and the gangs of Venezuela and other places. And hundreds of thousands and even millions of them came. 21 million people altogether, but many of the people that came, just a tremendous percentage of them were criminals, in some cases violent criminals. We had 11,088 known murderers. Half of them murdered more than one person. This was allowed by a man who, what he did to our country is just unbelievable. So we're straightening it out. We're getting them out. But what they did and what that party did to our country, open borders, anybody could come in. As soon as I heard that, I said, every prison's going to be emptied out into our country. That's what happened. And we're straightening it out. And we just had numbers. We had the highest recruiting numbers in the history of our country going into police departments. And a year ago, we had the lowest numbers. You couldn't hire a
biggest change.
Yeah. Nobody's
From
ever
the lowest
seen
to the highest.
And the military now, Marines, the Army, Air Force, Coast Guard, every slot is, we have the best numbers we've ever had. We call it recruitment numbers. And we've never had anything like it. We had
the accordion
records
hands.
at every single level.
Give me a break.
But very important, the policemen. The policemen are joining forces now. That we're having a hard time with policemen because.
There you go.
I'll tell you what.
Just the weave in the word.
Yeah.
We call it recruitment numbers. Oh, you call it that? Is that what you call it, Don? Yeah.
He created the term.
My favorite example was when we killed al-Baghdadi, right?
Yeah.
And he was talking about because, he said he died like a dog, right? So he's, obviously dog in the negative light. But he was talking about the canine, I think it was his name, Conan, who chased al-Baghdadi into the tunnel.
Yes, yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, canine, I call it a dog." And I was like, "Oh." And then he goes, "A beautiful dog." A talented dog. What? What are we doing
Smart
here?
dog.
I love this guy.
Such a showman.
I love it.
It's
We
awesome.
we call it recruitment numbers. We call it
Yeah. So does Odyssey.
Exactly.
This is why I love him. This is why I love him, right? Because he's probably not even intending to be silly, but that's a silly thing to do.
Yeah.
But it's great.
Yeah.
It's just Trump. We love Trump.
He also asked the president of El Salvador, this is 15, if they let men play in women's sports in the country, and he was just like, isn't that violent? No, no, we don't do that.
Like, bro, is that a thing? Really?
Roll this.
Like, do you allow men to play in women's sports? Do you allow men to box your women and box? Because I know you have a
He'll
lot
jail
of
them, too.
That's violence. That's abuse of a
Violence
woman.
against women.
It's abuse of a woman.
Totally.
But we have people that fight to the death because they think men should be able to play in women's sports. And some of those sports, it wouldn't matter much, but it still matters. But some of them are very dangerous for women.
Some years ago, I would say a decade ago or so, women rights movements were pressuring so that we enacted specific laws to avoid men abusing women.
Title IX.
And those laws were great because there were a lot of men abusing women. But now some of the same people are trying to backtrack on that and actually trying to make new laws allowing men to abuse women in sports. So actually that doesn't make sense.
In sports.
It doesn't make sense.
It's crazy. They have weightlifting records, right?
Yeah.
A woman gets up, lifts weights. She's incredible. A guy gets up and beats her by 100 pounds. What are you going to do? A record that hadn't been broken in 18 years. They put on an ounce, quarter of an ounce, eighth of an ounce for 18 years. Now they have a guy come up, ping. The whole thing is crazy.
Ping.
Ching.
Did you see, Anna? Did you just do the Trump power?
Yes.
What was that?
Yeah, this is how he power lifts.
Trump does
hilarious.
Trump does the power clean.
I didn't realize that when you power lift, it sounds like a cash register too. Ching. I love it. I loved it. It's just great. It's just great. There's never going to be anybody like this guy again.
No.
It's hilarious. It's so entertaining to listen to him talk about these issues because it's how we talk about the issues.
Yeah.
It's how everybody I know talks about these things. They just say it like Trump, and it just makes sense.
He's literally doing a talk show every
true.
day while
That's
president.
what it is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We would go 90 to 120 days on end with not getting more than 2 sentences out of Joe Biden.
Yep.
And this guy every day out there in unfriendly waters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
He's set to make an address soon. Biden, you hear this? He's coming back.
Yes,
Oh,
I do.
no,
I do.
really?
Yes.
Oh,
You
boy.
will,
I'm so excited.
Yeah,
do what? To
Phil
make
gave
a
me this. NBC Washington. Joe Biden will speak about Social Security in Chicago.
Yeah. Okay. Not a joke. Not a joke, man.
Good luck.
It's actually today. He's returning today on the national
I
stage.
cannot wait for this. I miss him a little bit.
Do we have a time on this? Do we
Who
have a
thinks
time?
this is a good idea?
Name me a time.
This is wild.
I miss Joe.
A school board meeting, speaking of men and women's sports, a school board meeting in Maine went off the rails after a concerned parent spoke out against biological men playing in women's sports before being abruptly cut off. So this was a school board meeting. He got up there. He tried to speak out against it. And so when Trump is saying we're trying to fight for that here in this country, and the president of El Salvador is like, really, are you guys mentally ill? Like what is wrong with you? I can't believe the El Salvadorian president makes more sense than some of us here do.
Mm-hmm. Not hard.
What a time to be alive.
Yes, indeed.
Roll this.
Good job, and thank you to the 6 members that voted to go back to the 2020 interpretation of Title IX. And shame on the one board member that voted no.
I'm sorry,
Maine
but
girls are
negative
watching.
comments will not be allowed.
What?
Most of you
What?
heard by now that I have started a petition that Augusta concerned parents, both Republican and Democrat, are signing.
Okay.
This petition is asking if you, the school board members, will put up a vote to have Miss Kim.
I'm sorry, that's not going to be tolerated.
She's also a public.
No, I'm sorry, it will not be tolerated.
I can't
Once
stand
more,
these people.
You're off the podium.
Oh, Karen's upset.
Someone is the president of the Maine Principal Association.
Nope, close enough. I'm sorry. You're done, Mr. Blanchard.
Close
You're
enough.
done, Mr.
I would have
Blanchard.
jumped over that thing and beat the hell out of this woman.
That's my neighbor in Bluebell
You know
right there.
what? I would have shut him down too because the "you're" on "you're fired" on his shirt is the wrong "you're." So.
Oh, you know what, Helmel?
Yeah,
Go back,
bad,
Sam.
bad take.
Grammar police.
Bad
right?
take
She's
from
ready
you.
to take it.
Get out of here, Hummel.
Bad take from you, Hummel.
Run, you are.
Oh, man. There.
Yeah.
I am so sick of all of you grammar nuts. Oh, jeez.
It bothered me so much.
But can you imagine, like in society, like you can't speak out against this? Like,
No.
what-
She
what
gave him
This
zero
is how
rope
school
at all.
boards are, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was on Long Island with our group of parents that would go to the school, this is how they treated people.
Yeah.
They were based. I was like, all right. And when I started, going with these concerned parents to school board meetings and watching, I was like, I will never live in an HOA.
Yep.
And that's why, okay? Because you've got Karens all over your grass is too high. Here's a fine. I would have taken that fine. I would have shoved it somewhere. You don't want to know where it would have went. It would have been so. Take your flag down. You take it down. How does that sound? When you take it down, you leave. I'm putting it right back up. You can come take it down again. I would have been the biggest problem. I'm so happy I don't live in an HOA. I'm so happy.
So Trump welcomed the Ohio State football team to the White House.
I'm going to
yesterday.
have to rip this guy.
So, well, let's start with Trump talking the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. Let's start with the what is this 18, Phil?
Offensive line is so important. We have you have no idea. I've seen teams that were great, but they didn't have the offensive line, and it just doesn't work out, right, Will?
Yep.
You beat the Fighting Irish that day, 34-23, and for the first time in 10 years, proudly claimed the title of the great state of Ohio, the great state. I love that state. We won that state in a landslide, Governor. We won it in a landslide. I love Ohio. We'll never let you down, I swear, I promise. And if I let you down, he won't, okay? So you have a backup. But I do love the place. And so today I'm honored to call the Ohio State University Buckeyes national champions. You're the national champions, and you're standing right here at the White House. And it's a proud day for all of us, but it's a proud day for the Scarlet and Gray. Congratulations once again. And, Coach, you are a fantastic person. I got to know him just a little bit back there, and I realized almost immediately that he's really a special guy. And to your wife and your three beautiful children, congratulations. And
there you go.
Yeah, he's referring to the head coach, Ryan Day. I tell you, when he showed up it was either the national championship or the semifinals. It was the Dome in Georgia. My God, that place, the lid blew off of that place. Every time, speaking of that, Sean, did you see him at UFC 314 on Saturday?
Yeah.
Does that ever get old? I mean, the energy that he brings when he shows up at a sporting event is just off the charts. And you do get some boos, but the reaction, good or bad, it's like the term in wrestling. They call it heat. He generates heat, whether it's good or bad, anywhere he goes. You got to be a certain kind of character to pull that off.
Yeah, it doesn't get old either because it makes the left go nuts. They start flip. Well, it's a room full of conservatives. It's UFC. Well, you don't know that, but you have to say it because it makes you sleep better at night. But I love it. I love when it happens.
So let's we need to rip JD Vance here because this is he presented the trophy, the championship trophy to the Ohio State, and
this is his home state.
Dropped it and
that's true.
Broke it.
Yeah.
Roll this video, please. Nick, if you want to describe it here.
He's holding up the college football playoff championship. The gold part was caught by a player. But JD dropped the base. He dropped the black part.
Well, that's a good point on it. Let's just
it wasn't assembled properly.
Yeah, kill the
That's why.
I got to first. Let me just tell you something, okay?
And kill the audio when we run it back.
Rewind the tape. I want to see if he did because I think that player lifts it. He tries to lift it from the bottom. And oh boy.
Well, let me ask you something. How heavy do you think that thing really is?
I mean, it's not that heavy.
Okay. Do we need 2 people to hold the trophy up? With all due respect to both of these individuals,
I think Mr. President
I'm
wants
going
to say something. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Okay. I think the trophy was made in China.
It probably was. Yeah, you're right.
And that's why it was broken. And we're implementing 250% tariffs on China this morning for that incident. It was sabotage, right?
Trump
it was absolutely sabotage.
Trump just tariffed college football.
Yeah.
By
tariff college football.
By the way, J.D. Vance made a joke of it. He went to social media and said, well, because he's an Ohio State Buckeyes fan, obviously.
Yep.
And he was like, I just did that so nobody else can have the trophy after.
Which was the best thing he could have done.
Yes, 100%.
He poked fun at himself, and that's why I love him too.
Yeah.
Easily avoidable if Vance would have just picked it up himself, I think. I can't kill him completely for this.
Yeah.
It could have been the guy in the suit on the left with the tan suit on.
It's amazing. We talked about this. Earlier, but I'm going to get Sean's take on this. Anna went off on her gender for claiming victory over the Blue Origin thing. Katy Perry came back to earth, and she acted like it was like divine intervention, which had just happened to her.
Like she walked on the moon.
Exactly. This is like one small step for man. Humankind.
Right.
Roll.
Got mad over that too.
Yeah. Roll this. Sorry, that's my fault.
And it is surrender to the unknown, trust, and this whole journey is not just about going to space. It's the training, it's the team, it's the whole thing. I couldn't recommend this experience more. This is like up there with all the, different tools that I've learned in my life, from meditation to the Hoffman process. This is up there because what you're doing is you're like really finding the love for yourself, because you got to trust in yourself on this journey. And then you're feeling the love when you come down, for sure. And you're feeling that strength. So I feel really connected to that strong, divine feminine right now.
By the way, you're such a badass. I love that the month of April, you're like, I'm going to space and I'm launching my...
She's badass.
You're such a badass. Oh my God. You went on a roller coaster ride. Okay.
Yeah.
Not just that, but there are a bunch of women in the rocket. I'm shocked it didn't crash. Okay. Someone had to say it.
That's not right.
No,
They
it's
weren't
right.
driving it.
I'm shocked.
They were
Listen,
just
well,
passengers.
yes, they were driving it. That's the new narrative. Oh man. First of all, I don't like Katy Perry, if you couldn't tell. I don't like any pop culture. But you're such a badass. You went into outer space. Give me a break. I can't. Whatever. What did you experience in the rocket?
I know. I looked up what the Hoffman process was, because I've never heard of this before. Apparently, it's a week-long residential retreat designed to help participants identify and release negative patterns of thinking, feeling, and behaving that originated in childhood.
Oh, so it's a mental health trip.
Yeah,
Okay.
a retreat for the rich and famous.
I was just gonna say that. You know who does that? Rich elites.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
people who are worried where their next paycheck is coming from are not going to said retreat.
I guess
absolutely. We don't all have $50,000 a day to talk to a therapist.
Play mahjong.
I guess Pfizer didn't have a cure for it, so they had to go up in space.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's not my fault. Katy Perry has daddy issues.
She does. She absolutely does. So Triple H, this might Anna, you might want to sit this one out. This is just this is for an audience of 3, meaning me, Sean, and Nick. Triple H was on I believe this was Andrew Schultz's podcast.
The flagrancy or something.
Yeah, and because he's making the rounds because WrestleMania is this weekend.
Got it. He's a wrestler.
That's right. Nobody bothered me this weekend.
Not only
Hunter Hearst Helmsley, a lot better than Hunter Biden, I can tell you, right?
Anna, not only is he a wrestler, but
play the game.
He basically runs. He basically runs the WWE.
He's like Stalker.
Yeah,
really?
He took over for
McMahon?
his father-in-law, who
Is that Vince McMahon is his father-in-law?
Yeah.
Vince has that bad, weird, like painter mustache now.
Yeah. It's a bad look by him. And he was talking like nobody really, and he does Triple H does a very good job of kind of keeping politics out of everything. You don't really know what side of the aisle he comes down on. Although I was just going to say I
safely assume.
I can safely assuom that he's a Republican because he was at his mother-in-law's hearings there. Linda McMahon, when she became education secretary, and he compares Donald Trump's popularity to what they do in the wrestling business and talks about him being super charismatic. Roll it.
Yeah. I think Trump's ability as an orator, as like him or hate him the way he does it.
Yeah.
But he's charismatic in so many ways. And like, I think he likes getting under people's skin. I think he likes generating.
I mean, he plays a great heel.
The way he does. Yeah. It's amazing and it's genius. And it worked in our business. Do I think he got that from our business? I think he innately understands that. It's been his whole life.
Mm.
You think about that. Like, why there's a lot of billionaires in the world, I suppose. And why was he the most famous one? Why was he the one that was in People magazine every week and, with everybody under the sun? Why was he seen as the epitome of that, that billionaire sort of status and all that stuff? Because of his charisma and his character and who he is and the way he can speak about it and do all those things. He just captivates people, and I think it's why he is where he is.
It's also why I say Stephen A. Smith has a shot on the Democratic side of the aisle, because he's got charisma, the way he speaks, the way he can captivate people. He can troll. He can get under your skin. He understands the entertainment angle. I'm telling you, he'll have a shot if he goes that route. But yeah, they're right. Trump's ability. I mean, Trump was Hollywood before Hollywood was almost really a mainstream thing. I think about it from he was doing the wrestling thing, and then Saturday Night Live, and he's in movies, and then he's in The Apprentice. So this is like I would say, speaking as a president, it's almost beneath him from the standpoint of what it takes, right? Like he does this like on a routine basis. So handling Caitlin Collins, I mean that's a layup.
Yeah, I mean, he clotheslined Vince McMahon. Give me a break, right?
Yeah,
you know?
he did.
So,
He did.
And he shaved his head.
Yep.
So, no, I think, Nick, you hit it a few clips ago. You said he generates heat, right? Everywhere he goes, there's a conversation. So that's Trump. That's what he's done. He's a mogul. He's out there, and there's always a conversation around him, whether it's good or bad. And his whole thing is, all publicity is good publicity. So
I think you could probably make the argument at this point now, maybe not 10 years ago, possibly after maybe 5 years ago, but definitely now. Is he the most polarizing human being of all time?
I don't know of all time.
Because by polarizing I mean love and hate. But nobody really loves Hitler. Short of the little stretch of the anti-Semites.
Abe Lincoln was pretty polarizing, I'd say.
Abe Lincoln, Muhammad Ali, Donald Trump.
I mean, there are people who love Hitler.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
I mean, the Nazis did. The Third Reich was a big fan, right?
You know.
But I mean, if you were
to
come up with a Mount Rushmore of polarizing, maybe polarizing is not the right word. I don't know. Divisive seems too negative.
That's the right word. Yeah.
No, like of contemporaries, I would say Donald Trump for sure.
I mean, Michael Jordan was pretty much beloved universally, unless you're a Knicks fan. Trump, Ali, Abe Lincoln. Who else could you throw out there? But there has to be this balance of love and hate, right? Like Hitler was 99% hate.
Yeah.
The 1% out there that are anti-Semitic or what? I mean, hell, after October 7th, it's probably more than 1% with all the stories we see. But it's still a minority viewpoint. I have to think about that later today.
Yeah. I would say he's up there for sure.
Cut 23 here, Phil. So because of what happened with Josh Shapiro and the governor's mansion in Harrisburg, this story kind of flew underneath the radar, but a Wisconsin teen allegedly killed his parents to fund an assassination plot on President Donald Trump. And according to this news report, his plan was to flee to Ukraine after he did all of this. Roll this video.
Facing charges for killing his mother and stepfather, 17-year-old Nikita Kassup from Waukesha became the subject of an extensive FBI search warrant.
It was alarming. I mean, it's not really something that you would think happening in such a small town like Waukesha.
Investigators discovered the teen's self-described manifesto that included making bombs, terrorist attacks, and plans for the assassination of President Donald Trump.
Just mind-blowing.
While investigating Kassup in the killings of Tatiana Kassup and Donald Mayer, authorities found material linking the teen to the Order of the Nine Angels, a network of neo-Nazis which advocates for violence and the destruction of modern civilizations. Kassup calling for Trump's assassination. He wrote, "By getting rid of the president, that is guaranteed to bring in some chaos. Not only that, it will further bring into the public the idea that assassinations and accelerating the collapse are possible." The warrant covered a number of Kassup's electronic devices, including his laptop and phone.
That's crazy to me because growing up, we didn't even really have the internet. If I ever have kids, there's definitely going to be parental controls on the internet, that's for sure.
The teen engaged with white nationalists online about his plans, writing, "My parents don't know, LOL. They would take my phone away if they did." Investigators believe Kassup may have killed his parents to get the, quote, financial means and autonomy needed to pursue his plan.
It is so true in the fact that you just never know, what's kind of going on around you.
Investigators say Kassup made payments for an attack drone and planned to flee to Ukraine following his proposed assassination.
For those unable to watch on YouTube, it looks like he grew up in a very, very nice home. Another rich, wealthy little white punk with mental health issues. I think the manifesto is an admission that something's wrong in between your ears because you're chronicling and documenting your plot to upend the establishment. Did you notice the buzzword there, too, in his journal?
Yeah.
Chaos?
Yep.
That's the Democrat talking point that's been circulated out to the media over the last few weeks. Remember, it was chaotic was the first one. And now chaos.
Yeah.
And this guy thought he was going to upend the establishment by killing his parents, getting wealthy, then killing Trump and going to Ukraine because Zelensky was going to send him a private flight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to blame the dead parents, but clearly they weren't paying attention. Like, I feel like with these things, there's never no warning signs. There's never no red flags. There's always something going on, and the parents clearly weren't paying attention to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we start to enter that dicey territory of liability for parents.
Yep.
There was a case in Michigan. Now you have this case. There's also a case in Virginia where a third grader took a gun to school, and the parents are being charged now.
Yep.
So
yeah, sorry.
And that brings us to what's his name, Cody Balmer, I guess I have to say alleged arsonist on the governor's mansion for Josh Shapiro. We spent a lot of time on this yesterday, Anna. Right. But you had mentioned in one of your newscasts that he went. He showed up at for his bail hearing or something yesterday, and the reporters like vultures tried to. Well, yeah. First, let's show the picture, Phil, of him sticking his tongue out. I mean, look at this guy.
Yeah, he looks sick.
Yeah.
Looks like me after my wife burnt something for dinner. I had a bad bite.
And as far as his political leanings go, I guess he was like an anarchist or something, right?
He hates both sides.
He hated both Biden and Trump. So they took him to the police office, the station yesterday, and all the reporters were waiting outside. You can see this video. Roll it.
He's in there.
He's appearing in court for his arraignment. He shows up, and the press vultures are everywhere.
Gotta fix the hat.
Love those
Check
hats,
it in the
by the
mirror.
way.
Yep.
Check it in the mirror. A reflection in the mirror.
That's a female officer, in case you're wondering.
DEI hire on him?
I don't know. I can't claim that.
Yeah.
Just wondering.
Why are you thinking on Sunday? Why did you do that? Why do you say you hate the governor? What is it?
Why did you do something like that, sir? Cody, is the confession you gave to the police accurate?
Your father said he tried to help you, sir.
Well, if he confessed, we don't have to use allegedly anymore. Just like with Carmelo Anthony, he's already admitted to doing it.
Yeah.
It's a sick individual. And this is a guy, again, I still think we need a lot of answers. We need a lot of answers as to how this guy was able to get close to his end goal. I mean, have you guys watched the silent video from the fire department of all the burned out rooms?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy was close to killing everybody.
Yeah,
it was very close. And what I was thinking when I saw it was, okay, well, I can't wait to watch leftists come out and tell me how bad arson is, while they've been silent on Tesla for the last couple of months, while they not a single leftist that I know of came out and condemned the fact that folks like me and 18 other people across the country had SWAT teams sent to their houses.
Yeah.
I saw a post from somebody I respect on X that said, the right seems to be more outraged over this political violence than the left. And I said, that's because we've been victims of it. And we don't want it to happen to anybody. I don't care what party, who you vote for, whether you're a leftist, right, a right winger, a guy like this guy who apparently looks like Rasputin from, from the Anastasia story, right? But whether you're an anarchist, this should not happen. You should not do that. There's no place for it. So, I don't know what's wrong with him, but I hope he spends a very long time in prison.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been denied bail. Unlike Carmelo Anthony, who's now had his bail reduced to $250,000.
What is it up to?
Yeah.
400K?
Yeah.
For his GoFundMe. Yeah, it's not GoFundMe because GoFundMe, to their credit, took it down, but then some other thing picked it up.
Popped up.
It picked it up. So Nick played this, since we're kind of going down this rabbit hole of serial killers and serial whatever.
Yeah.
Not right people. Not saying this guy's a serial killer, but crazy people. Taylor Lorenz, who what is she? Why do people still interview her? She's badass crazy, and in my opinion, and she still gets all this time on CNN and everywhere else where she gets to say stupid crap.
Wasn't she the one at the Washington Post that chastised so many people for not wearing masks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
back for more.
Yeah. So she went. She was interviewed by Donnie O'Sullivan on CNN. Where and she kind of basically was like, yeah, look, I get the fascination with Luigi Mangione because he's handsome and he's, what's the word she said here? He's a person that seems like he's a morally good man, which is hard to find.
She's like, those are hard to come by.
Oh, God.
The guy that murdered someone in cold blood, but okay.
And she's having the time of her life talking here. Watch the smiles on her face. Like she's smitten over it.
This woman is vile.
I hate her.
Roll it.
She is.
Hilarious to see these millionaire media pundits on TV clutching their pearls about someone standing a murderer when this is the United States of America, as if we don't lionize criminals, as if we don't have, we don't stand murderers of all sorts, and we give them Netflix shows. There's a huge disconnect between the narratives and angles that sort of mainstream media pushes and what the American public feels. And you see that in moments like this. And I can tell you, I saw the biggest audience growth that I've ever seen, because people were like, oh, some journalist is actually speaking to the anger that we feel.
The women who gather outside court in New York.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems this morally good man, which is hard to find.
Oh.
Yeah, I just realized women will literally date an assassin before they swipe right on me. That's where we're at.
Well,
I'm sure you wouldn't like to be compared to a Trump supporter, but some of how people cannot understand why people have sympathies for Mangione strikes me as the same as a lot of media not understanding why people support Trump.
What a comparison!
Really, really.
I hate this guy.
They want somebody.
Who is he?
Fat
to take on
leprechaun.
the system. They want somebody to tear down these barbaric establishment institutions.
I mean, she was giddy when she was talking about that. Somebody should have checked her. You know what? For
oh whoa.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I don't have to. I'm not trying to get graphic here, but like she was giddy over that.
They're off for me Lucky Charms. Fat roly-poly leprechaun. You know that this guy said, Donnie O'Sullivan, recently?
Donnie.
He actually said that he did not see any extremism on the left versus on the right. And he just talked to a woman who was essentially glorifying murder.
Yeah.
But he didn't see the extremism. I guess he slept through. Oh, I didn't see any other Teslas lit on fire. They're after me Lucky Charms. Give me a break with this Donny O'Sullivan. This Donny O'Sullivan guy is there are people that I don't like, and then there's that guy. This is a guy who said he was stopped dead in his tracks because Americans and Trump supporters dared to say that we live in a constitutional republic and not a direct democracy. He was like, it stopped me in my tracks. It stopped you in your tracks. It was that much of a life-changing moment for you, Donny. Another life-changing moment. Stop eating. How about that? You slob.
That would be a life-changing moment.
Yeah.
Taylor Lorenz is claiming that she didn't call Luigi Mangione morally good. She is saying that there's a segment of society that views him that way.
Yeah, and she's part of it. It was really sick to see her romanticizing and almost like fetishizing a murderer. And what's so funny about the whole Luigi Mangione thing, well, not funny in an ironic sense, is that like he embodies toxic masculinity, which the left apparently hates, but not when it comes to like insurance companies. Yeah. I don't know. So really bizarre stuff.
She, I guess, was interviewed, and she was asked to clarify her comments, and she says, now, I don't interpret it that way based on what we just watched. She says, when you read the full quote, you see that I'm actually saying his supporters view him as a morally good man, not that I see him that way. I don't... Do we want to run that again? That. I don't buy that at all. She sounds exactly like she's glamorizing this.
Can you rewind it, Phil, to about not all the way at the beginning? Yeah, right there. Play it.
The women who got her outside court in New York.
So you're going to see women, especially, that feel like, oh my God, right? Like here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems like this morally good man, which is hard to find.
All right, just stop it right there.
She did say women would say that,
but here's where she loses the benefit of the doubt, because I think this is what Anna's referencing. In December, she used the term joy to describe how hearing about Thompson's murder made her feel.
Yep.
So you don't get the benefit of the doubt this time.
No.
I didn't feel joy knowing that Brian Thompson got shot in the back of the skull. Did anybody feel joy? Raise your hand. Anybody? Nobody?
No.
I didn't think so. Okay.
We should take a break here. We've gone over an hour without taking a break because,
Yes.
Somebody needs to be in charge of the clock, and it's not me.
It's not me.
But we have a ton more on the other side. A trans activist telling MSNBC that Dems can fight back on women and the trans issues because science is on their side.
Oh.
So we'll have that. Tom Homan, SNL. There's a little two different skits on SNL this week making two different groups, both happy and sad. We'll get to all of that. Plus a giant woman on a plane.
Oh, I know her. I've been following her for years. I'm obsessed with her.
Who says that it's not the fact that she's the size of a tractor trailer. It's the fact that the seats are too small.
She's J-Bay Productions on Instagram.
Yeah,
I've been following for years. Can't get enough of her.
We will get to all of that on the other side.
Exactly why I'm not on Instagram. Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour is next. Stay right there.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. and credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding, 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
When your day is long and the night is yours alone.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:02. As we continue, fourth hour. Live on a Tuesday morning, Nick Kayal, Anna Hummel, Sean Farish, Greg Stocker. His days are long. That's why he hasn't been able to pick up the bike yet.
By the way, I just heard from Bonnie Hoffman, who's our lovely marketing head. And tickets are selling fast for the Politics and Pints. So,
nice.
So, if you have not done so, and you're one of these late people who tune in later, first of all, welcome, thank you. But also, 1210WPHT.com to get tickets right now for what, Nick Hill?
That would be Pints and Politics, Trump's first 100 days, as we will be out in Phoenixville at the Colonial Theater Tuesday, May 6th. Myself, Dawn Stensland, Dom Giordano, Rich Zioli, 7:30 p.m.
Yes.
So we'll be back in the next morning doing the show right after that. I'm just going to come right to the studio and crash on the couch.
I knew that was going to be the first thing you were being like, oh, can I don't know, that's a long day.
It's a long day.
It's a long day for me.
You know what? Team player.
So get tickets right now. 1210WPHT.com. They are selling super fast. We thank the Colonial Theater for somebody reached out to me. I think it was Tasha, and said, I'm surprised Phoenixville let you guys in, because we try and do Republican committee meetings here, and there's not a lot of places that'll host us well.
Really?
Yeah.
Phoenixville?
Yeah. So, no, the Colonial Theater was great. So,
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to being there on May 6th.
I like heading out that way.
By the way, this the fourth hour of the Cut Sheet is brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling pool liners, water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks. Lou Varga and everybody at Garden State Earthworks, they're great people. Tell them you heard about them on Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. Your drainage solution, Garden State Earthworks, 856-848-4444. That's 856-848-4444. Thank you, Garden State Earthworks, for sponsoring the never-ending What's on the Cut Sheet.
Here's a question for you, because the greater Chris has jumped in.
Yeah, love Chris.
In regard to our post at 1210 WPHT. And Zioli, who retweeted it, he said, I guess my head really has gotten bigger from all the TV appearances. Looks like an orange on a toothpick. And the greater Chris says, your picture, in reference to Zioli's head, is different than the other three. The greater Chris is claiming that this is a bigger conspiracy than when CNN oranged up Trump's face. Remember, we broke that down for you last week. So if you look at it, Zioli's head is like twice as big as everybody else's head in the show in the shot.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. But you're right. I think that photo was sent out on X, right?
It was.
Okay. I'm just looking at it. I'm trying to pull it up here.
Zioli's head, it was on the station Twitter.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the pile, look how big. See, Dawn, Dom, and myself.
That's also an old picture of you, too.
It is. That's when I was skinnier. And my beard was thicker. No, I'm not, Hummel. No, I'm not. No, that's fake news. I've lost less than a pound in 16 days. Something's not right. I think the scale's broken. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to investigate later
system,
today.
right?
It is.
Are you are you 6'3", 224 like Trump claims to be?
No, I'm 5'9", 216. It's gone bad.
Did you see the meme? You guys might have seen it, where they say Trump is 6'3", 224, and then they show DK Metcalf
Yes.
of the Seahawks,
Yep.
where he's like 6'3", 230, and the
Yep.
dude's just ripped.
Yep.
And then it's like Donald Trump with his like golf shirt that's fitting extremely loosely. And
Well-
it's still not that flattering.
Well, let's get to that. Look, there's no doubt in my mind that, like, weight aside,
Right.
First of all, I don't know why you would lie about weight, but weight aside, there's no question in my mind that this dude is in really good health. There's no, like, nobody can argue that.
Right.
But some of the statistics here, Dr. Nicole Saphier on Fox News on Trump's annual physical results. This has got 16, Phil. Says that he is a primary care doctor's dream.
So you're telling me you can eat what he does and be a primary care doctor's dream? Maybe
I'm
it is
just going to eat McDonald's for the rest of my life and live forever.
Well, we had that story a week ago where the guy lost 132 pounds eating nothing but Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
I don't know
He had
how that's
one
good
nugget
for
a day.
you.
He had one nugget a day.
And by the way, just because
one nugget a day.
And by the way, just because you're skinny doesn't mean you're healthy.
No.
And just because
Very
you're fat
true.
doesn't mean you're unhealthy. You know what I mean?
Well,
No.
but yeah.
But on people's definitions, like the clinical definition of fat is way.
Oh, it's so dated.
It's so dated. Right
Well,
now.
and that's, you know why? That's so that they can stick you on all sorts of
Yes,
drugs.
you're-
That's why everyone's diagnosed with ADHD. I know you guys, you know, that was a big topic of conversation, right? The whole
Yep.
Adderall thing, right?
Yep.
But the reason if you can broaden the criteria to diagnose somebody with a condition, you can then find more reasons to put them on
Totally.
drugs, right?
Yeah.
So that I think has happened. You know, everybody claims they're autistic now.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
Like, and there's definitely a rise in it. But like asocial tic is not autism. It's
Agreed.
just a social tic. Autism is something totally different. And so like I think you have a mix of the two where you know, like there's definitely a rise in autism. And is that linked to vaccines? It could be. I guess we'll find out. But like, is it 1 in 32 like the numbers say now? I don't know if it's like that. I don't know if it's that drastic. But well, I guess we'll see.
Dr. Nicole Saphier on Trump's physical. By the way, I think he's going for a colonoscopy today. So
You guys should go together.
When they when he goes under, JD Vance is sworn in as president.
Oh, is that true?
For the whatever.
Yeah.
In the event.
Yeah,
They said that
I
about
think he's
Kamala
not
as
like
well.
Yeah.
he's not sworn in like as the president, but it's like preemptively sworn
Oh,
in.
okay.
Yes,
All
it's
right.
kind of like because it like so JD Vance won't be the 48th president when this happens.
Right.
It's kind of
Right.
like you take
waiting.
the oath in an abundance of caution if
Yes.
something were to go wrong.
Yeah.
Wow. So there, I guess in theory, then that happened 3 or 4 times when Kamala was the vice president, right?
They
Yeah,
said
no,
that.
that
They
did.
said that
It
she was
did.
already the president
Yeah.
like several times, which is silly. But
So I'm going to get to Nicole Saphier in a second, and after that, I want to address a tweet that my friend Ellen Kloje sent me about my comments about the media being vultures. She's not happy with me. So I'll get to that right after Nicole Saphier. Roll this.
I do want to ask you about President Trump's recent physical, call for number 3 right here, some of the data from that. His physician showing him at 6'3", 225. He's down about 20 pounds from his last physical in 2020. He's got a resting heart rate of 62 beats per minute.
Which is great.
Dr. Saphier, translate that for us. Are these some pretty good numbers here?
Yeah, so let me tell you, first of all, President Trump is the pillar of health, physically and mentally. And I'm not just saying for a 78-year-old. I'm actually saying he is the primary care doctor's dream. If you look at his physical exam 5 years ago, he had high cholesterol. He was classified as being obese. He has now dropped his cholesterol by 85 points. That's almost unheard of. Yes, he had a little help from some medication, but medication alone won't do that. It has to be diet and exercise. And he's also dropped about 20 pounds. The president may have a little bit ways to go in terms of maybe he could drop a few more pounds to get to that healthy BMI. But overwhelmingly, his physical and mental fitness seem on point. Again, not just for a 78-year-old, but just for someone in general. He seems to be very healthy, and he's keeping up with all of his wellness checks. And really, there were no red flags, no concerns on his physical exam, and I'm really happy to see that.
Yeah, and just looking at him, it does look like he has shedded that weight since 2020. Dr. Saphier, thanks so much for
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. I don't question the fact that he's lost 20, 25 pounds. I just question what the number was before and what it is now. Like, I don't think it was 244, 224. I think it was more like 265, 245 now.
Ooh, you're playing with fire there, sir.
Now,
you better watch it.
And I understand
Listen
the
to
whole
me. No,
like,
no, no. You
muscle
don't want to do
fat
that.
thing.
No, you don't want to do that. Let me just tell you, the last person who did that, his name was Abdul, and we had a lot of problems, right?
He's now in a
We don't want to do that.
Salvadorian
right?
jail.
Because
That's right.
we're going to stick you in El Salvador. You have to do the show from jail, right? You don't want to do that. Kayal and Company should be called Jail and Company, right? It's no good.
Put
You're
a,
not gonna like
put a
it.
YouTube camera in the joint with me.
You better watch it. Well, Christy Num did it. You better watch yourself, right?
Yeah.
You just better watch it.
You see him
260,
though.
What the hell are you talking about? 260 fake news. It's fake news.
The white polo when he's golfing, he still has
not a good look.
He still has the sloppy pouch.
Should
Yeah, I
be,
don't
should
know
be
if
black,
it's-
you know. Should be black. It's a little more
It
fun.
should.
Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah,
you better wear black.
Is he really 6'3" too? Is that?
Yeah, no, I think that's
Yes.
legit. Yes.
Okay,
No, that's
all
legit.
right.
I stood next to him.
224 is. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's definitely 6'3". He's
Yeah.
tall.
No, he's definitely
pretty
tall.
Yeah, I'm 6'2", and he was taller than I am.
Taller
So,
than you.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. But I don't know. I find this to be obnoxious. Obviously, this wasn't as grotesque as the covering up of Biden. But still, to say he's like a perfect pillar of health is just. He's like, what did she say? A primary care physician's dream.
Yes.
I'm like, really? I don't
Maybe,
think so.
maybe
It was obnoxious. She
Maybe
was
it's all.
obviously
Maybe it's all genetics. You know what I mean? Like, by the way, a 62 beats per minute resting heart rate at 78 is fabulous.
That's
no,
what mine
it's
is.
great.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
Yep.
That's what yours is.
Yeah, but I have random.
How do you check?
I have random spikes, and I go up to like 205.
How do you check? You don't wear a watch.
I have the little kit at home.
Oh,
The
Wait a second.
cardiologist
Wait a
gave
second.
me.
Wait a second. Wait a second. You, how do you check your beats per minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a little
Can't you just
portable.
can't you just find your wait? Can't you just find your pulse?
Oh yeah,
and,
you could do
like,
it the
count
old-fashioned
How many
way.
times
Yeah,
it happens?
yeah, like a
in 60
nurse.
seconds?
Sure.
But not while you're sleeping.
True.
Oh no,
That's-
not while you're
yeah,
sleeping.
that's the resting. That's the whole thing with the resting heart rate. Because if
Yeah.
you have
Right,
a high
right,
resting
right.
heart rate when you're sleeping, it could mean that there's
Mhm.
more.
Yeah.
There's more. Or if you have a really low one, that's also not good.
Because I'll
Yeah, no,
occasionally
it's-
check it when I'm watching television just to see if I'm in SVT because I don't know that I'm in SVT.
Yeah.
Uh,
if
yeah.
you have really low beats per minute, you're either in amazing shape or
Terrible.
dying. So, yeah, like it's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see these like endurance athletes. They'll get into the 30s sometimes. But if you're not an endurance athlete, go see a doctor,
But
please.
you know,
'cause you're dying.
here's the other thing too. I'll channel my my inner Dawn because I'm picturing Dawn if she was here. He never drank and he never smoked in his life, and he was he's good genes and he never took the. So I mean, that's a part of it. Like Trump
Sure,
has.
that helps.
You can sit there and talk about the McDonald's all you want, but the fact that guy never boozed because his brother was an alcoholic, never
Yeah.
smoked, did drugs. I mean, you do get more longevity. There's no doubt.
You do.
That's true.
There's
but
no doubt
also
about it.
Yeah.
More ways to, there's multiple ways to screw up a body, and eating just fast food all day isn't good either.
I'll tell you this: I would have a tough time. Like if you told me right now, Nick, you're going to die at 65, but you'll live till 82, and you have to make your choice between a cocktail or McDonald's. I would take the cocktail and dying at 65 versus giving that up and going McDonald's only and living to 82. Because I hate fast food. Forget the fact that it's bad for you. I just think I don't like it.
Yeah, it's gross.
Bad quality.
I do not eat. I can't tell you the last time I had fast food.
Yeah.
That's guilty pleasure of mine.
But you're a health guy. I see you tweeting out pictures of the pork chops and the broccoli.
Listen, when I'm not eating fast food, I'm a health guy. But when travel happens, there's no such thing as health. Now, I do enjoy now that we have a yard, we have a house. My Blackstone is my life.
Yes.
It is. I must use it every day.
Mm-hmm.
Pork chops, broccoli, 100%. The best thing about, because I like to eat keto, it's nice for my migraines. It makes my migraines way less frequent and less severe. But the best part about eating like keto is I could have buffalo chicken wings, because you just fry them, bacon, pork chops, broccoli, maybe a ribeye.
Yeah.
If I feel like donating an arm, I can get a ribeye. Because of beef. But yeah, no, I like to be a health guy when I can.
Mm-hmm.
But I also, I love a good McDonald's Big Mac. I can't lie.
I'm
It's good.
going to get back to the cut sheet in 1 second. I just want to address a tweet that I got from Ellen Kaloje, who's a Fox 29 reporter locally here. But she's also, I know her. She used to work at the station. She says, "Come on, Greg, you're calling the media as the at the arraignment vultures. They're just doing their job. so the world can see this guy. No wonder people are hostile to us. Come back, Dawn Stensland. Well, okay, I do agree with that. I love Dawn, but yes, these guys get out of the car and immediately, you know, they're like, what do you think of this? Like, they're not going to answer any questions. I get
they start peppering you.
I understand, but it's just like they seize on this, and I don't think it's helpful. I know you're just doing your job. I understand it. I just don't agree with it.
I don't mind the journalists with that bulldog mentality. I hate the corporations that can't wait to make a documentary about it, like the Luigi Mangione story on Netflix.
Yeah,
that's why a lot of these sick people do this, and they even say it in their manifesto that they want to be famous.
Yeah,
they want to be viewed as martyrs.
Yeah,
and then we sensationalize it in the media. That's why I don't like when we talk about mass shootings. After the initial report of it, the first time we discuss it, I don't want to give that person's name any oxygen.
Agreed.
I'd rather talk about the victim.
Yes.
But that's not the sexy thing to do.
No, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
But you're right to do that because that's what they're looking for.
Yep.
They're looking for that notoriety.
Satisfaction.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. And the fact that this guy gets out and every news outlet in locally, nationally is looking to talk to him and screaming questions to him makes him think that he's more important than he actually is.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's found guilty, in my opinion, the fact that Shapiro's kids were in there, he should get the death penalty.
Yeah, and I've got news for these guys like Cody Balmer. Dude, we forget everything.
I know.
This country tried to move on from Trump's assassination attempt in 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You're a blip on the radar.
Yeah.
You will not be remembered.
So let me just say one more time to my friend Ellen. Yes, I do believe that a lot of reporters are vultures. Not you, my love. Not you. Everybody else. I'm fast. All right, get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Anna, who did you say this woman is who can't fit in a...
Jalen something.
Hurts?
I think she's... No, not Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
She hurts, but not for a different reason. I think her name...
J-Bay
Productions. I am obsessed with her.
At J-Bay Official, okay?
That's what it is. Yeah,
is her handle.
She's probably one of the most delusional people I've ever seen, and I am here for it.
So
I love it.
So you go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can see this video. She's large. She's a large woman, and she tries to sit in the plane seats, and she says, quote, "My body's not the problem. The plane seats are too small."
Right.
So again, when we're talking about
her ass swallows the seat.
We always, what's funny is we always get in trouble when we do these type of stories. But
you know
we just keep doing them.
Then stop putting your content out there, lady.
People say we
exactly.
People say we
Well,
fat
no,
shame.
Anna's like fat embracing her right now.
Oh my God, I love the fatties. It's like a weird obsession of mine.
Jimmy, I need
love
that.
600-pound life. I love.
I love
I'm just
those
so
shows, too.
fascinated by it.
Yeah,
it's sick.
The 600-pound life is like where they literally need a crane to get from the first floor to the second floor.
It's sad and funny all in one.
Anna, you've officially made it. You're going to be on the board. Jimmy Kelly, pull that I love fatties of Anna.
All right, let's go to J-Bay Official. Roll it, Phil.
Body isn't the problem. The system is.
Oh my goodness.
Airlines are making it difficult for plus-size people to travel by designing seats that are too small for even the average human. My worst experience on a flight was this one time when I was flying standby and I got stuck in the bulkhead row where the armrest couldn't be moved. The flight was full, so I had no choice but to stay in the seat. I endured excruciating pain for hours, wedged between the armrest, which left bruises on my body. I was on the verge of tears by the end and in so much pain that I almost vowed to never fly again. The physical pain lasted for days, but the emotional toll of being treated like I didn't belong was even harder to recover from. Airlines aren't doing anything at all to make it easier for plus-size people to travel.
It's not their
When you're
problem.
forced to buy 2 seats or squeeze into a space that wasn't designed for your body, it's not just inconvenient, it's dehumanizing.
Oh, here's what we'll do. All
right.
I'll butter you up on all sides. I'll slide you into the back of the bed of my Honda Ridgeline. I'll throw a tarp over you, and you give me whatever I need compensation-wise, and I'll be your personal Madden cruiser. How about that?
All right. I got a couple questions about this woman here before I unload. Okay. Anna, you know who this woman is? Not
Oh, yes,
personally, but
very
you follow
familiar.
her, right?
Yes,
Okay.
very familiar.
Does she have like a metabolic, like a problem that is beyond her control? Why
Great
she's that size?
Great question.
I don't believe so. I don't
Okay.
believe so. I've seen her eating videos as well. It seems like it might be a lifestyle choice.
So in other words, she is. If she ate like, I knew people, growing up that had literally like they could eat celery and put weight on, which is supposed to be like impossible, right? It's like one of those negative calorie foods where it takes more energy to digest the celery than it does when you eat it.
Provides.
So that's not this person's thing.
She's not
right?
addicted to celery. I don't think
she is big because she chooses essentially to live that lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm not going to feel bad when I call her Jabba the Hutt.
Thank you.
That she's got Han Solo on the wall of her living room, and she laughs every day while she eats like everything in sight. It is not the airline's job to design a seat for you. It is your job to not be like that if it is within your control. If it is not within your control, I have an immense amount of sympathy. I know how frustrating that must be, right? But like if that lifestyle made you like that, like if this was something that you just decided you were going to let yourself go, that's nobody's fault but hers. I'm sorry. Anybody who has a problem fitting into an airplane seat and are not dealing with circumstances beyond their control has nobody to blame but themselves.
Yeah.
And it's time in this country we start taking accountability for our actions instead of blaming somebody. It's not American Airlines' fault that you're fat.
Yeah.
And it's not American Airlines' fault that because you're fat, the seat is uncomfortable. I got news for you. I'm not fat, and the seat is still uncomfortable. Do I walk off the plane going to therapy saying I was traumatized because my rear end hurt for sitting in a seat for 5 hours? Like, give me a break. No. Seriously.
Yeah, it's
We're at a
it's the
point-
victimhood culture that we live in. Everybody's entitled compensation. No, you're not.
Oh, my gosh. No, you know what you should do? Buy 2 seats if you
Yes.
don't want, and put the armrest up. And there you go. All right.
And there's no doubt,
you're
too.
the size of 2 people.
Yep.
Now you buy 2 seats.
If
I have no
says
sympathy
that's
for that
unfair.
person.
She says that's unfair and sizist.
Yeah.
What say you?
Sizes. And then get smaller then.
And
Then
if
lose
she,
the weight.
And if she did eat celery, she would dunk that stick in blue cheese. Guaranteed.
Oh yeah.
It's disgusting.
What the?
Oh, look at that.
But you're no Ferris. You're right.
Wow.
There it is.
Oh boy.
Look at that.
Oh, get to YouTube, folks.
Oh my lord.
That actually looks about as close as possible.
Oh my god.
Yesterday they did not look like you.
That is freakish.
There's your avatar,
And
bro.
the fact that bong is the size of his whole arm. Jeez.
Yes.
Let's get together and feel all right.
I assume
Have you no empathy, man?
I assume Kevin Pools made this.
Yep.
Kevin made a Greg Stocker action figure. GregStockerSucks.com. The man who brings it. We start at 6 a.m. And there's a photo of me. I guess that's my kid. I don't know what that
Canoe?
A canoe?
You do kayaking in the Poconos or anything?
I boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
A bike that you'll never ride.
A bong, and the Grateful Dead. It's funny. It's good.
The
It's
official Greg Stocker action figure.
yeah.
That bong proportionally would be like 3 feet tall.
Yeah, Phil, do you have the Kayal one from yesterday? Do you have that one?
This one is proportionate to my actual figure.
I don't know, Sean, if Sean and Anna, if
There
you
it
guys
is.
saw that. Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah,
Wait
he
to
has
see
to.
this, guys.
Well, he has to pull it up.
Oh, jeez.
Give him a
Where
second.
do
He's
you
working
see
as hard
this?
as he can.
This is me at 215, not 197, like I should be. Wait till you see this one. There it is. Oh God.
Oh, there he is.
Bottle of booze, golf clubs,
Children.
twins from hell.
Girls.
It looks good. It looks good. YouTube.com/at1210WPHT if you want to see the Nick and Greg action figures. Now, Kevin, I ask for Sean and Anna, please.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Can you put myself and Stalker up there side by side? I don't know if you can fit 2 big heads in one screen, but
I don't think he can. Do that.
Okay.
We're asking him to do it.
Put my action figure in my actual box. Replace me live in box 1 with my action figure.
I had no idea what was going on with this trend. I missed something.
Did you see?
like,
I figured you
way
would have
back.
seen all of these. The Biden,
No, I
Kamala
saw them.
Harris, AOC.
I saw them, I just didn't know what the whole thing was. Like, when I guess ChatGPT was doing this. So I intentionally decided I'm not going to be a part, because, you know, when there's something that is so trendy, I always say, nah.
You go the opposite way. That's a smart
I waited
move.
forever
Yeah.
to start watching Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? Like, just to make people, did you get your action figure yet? No, I didn't. Now stop. You know what I mean? Like, you know, that's how I was. Oh, if you watch Game of Thrones, I waited till season 6.
Yeah.
And people were like, I can't believe you haven't watched it yet. Like, I stopped watching The Walking Dead when it was trendy, you know? So
it's amazing.
I did that just to buck the trend.
I think Phil actually is going to have both of our figureheads in the boxes for the duration of the. Which actually, you know what? Until I finish losing weight, I would like my action figure to replace me. That's my.
As long as you don't complain about airplane seats.
I'm in YouTube jail.
Oh, I love her. Could you imagine being in like a window seat and you just see that coming towards you and you're like, no, please God, no.
No,
yeah.
I've dealt with that.
Really? That big?
Well, maybe not that big.
Next to you, like a boulder, like you can't. What,
Armrest.
Go to the bathroom.
Armrest is up. Her side flap is in my lap.
Her side flap is in my lap.
Side flap.
That rhymes.
God.
Side flap.
Yeah.
All right, we should.
Are you a fan of side flap, Farish?
No.
No. Well, some, you know. Fat girls need loving too, right, Anna?
Yeah, they do.
Side
I
flap.
just love them so much.
And
by the way, if you go on her Instagram, I'm almost like jealous of her confidence. She's walking around in bikinis and just little tight crop tops. I'm just like, how dare you have the confidence I've never had before?
Well, she's not confident, Anna. She's fat Dylan Mulvaney. She's doing it for attention. That's what she is.
Hopefully her bank account's
It's
very
balls.
fat.
It's balls. Yeah.
All right, we should take a break and come
All
back,
right.
and I have more because the cut sheet never ends.
Think about that, man. Side flap. I'm telling you. 855-839-1210. We'll continue with the cut sheet. All the bells and whistles on the way shortly. We're back after this. Stay right there.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Your smile is more than just a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health. That's why you deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. They have the knowledge and the diagnostic ability, really prides himself on that, to assess your specific situation and develop a plan for your dental and overall health. Don't put it off another day. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949 or bentzdentalgroup.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Sir. Sir.
Kayal and Company rolling on. 9:35. Nick, Anna, Sean, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Morning Mystery Movie Clip. Today in music history. Some more news from Anna. And then we'll talk to Dom Giordano in about 35 minutes as we continue here, approaching 2 hours of what's on the Tuesday cut sheet.
24 hours to go of the cut sheet. Thank you, Joey Ramone. By the way, playing a lot of Ramones today. You'll find out why at about 9:50 this morning. Okay.
All the Phil timers out there.
Thank you. Did you guys see this? So I think it was last week. The governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer, was in the White House, and she was there to advocate for I think a naval base in Michigan, and also the invasive carp that are plaguing the Great Lakes out there. And so the press was in there, and she took this photo, or they were taking a photo of her. And Phil, can you put the photo up there? She hit her face with binders,
which I don't
stupid
understand, because we played the clip earlier last week or late last week where she was complimentary to Trump and Trump was complimentary to her.
Yep.
And now she's like trying to hide the fact that is that really?
I don't get why you would do it is more embarrassing to do that than to just have your picture taken.
Agreed, 100%. And so she was asked about that the other day, yesterday I think it was. This is cut 17, and she says she kind of regrets that she did that. Not really sure.
So it was intentional.
Yeah, she's a meme now. Like for the end of time, I hope she.
Yeah. That's what I do when my wife says, "Why didn't you take out the trash?" I hold up the folder. And I'm
can't see you.
Yeah, it's like it's like what my 4-year-old used to do when he was 2. Like, if you can't see me, I don't exist. You know what I mean? And that's almost like what she was doing. By the way, when they introduced her in this setting, that she said they played the Trump Apprentice song. Did you guys hear that?
No.
The money. Yeah. It was. I don't know how that ties into her, or if it was just like a troll or something. I'm not sure.
Wow.
But anyway, she says in this clip here that she regrets putting the binders up in front of her face.
Yeah. How was Washington? Did you?
She puts a thing up in front of her face.
I had watched your speech that morning, and I thought it was great. I thought you had touched upon really the high points of what's important.
Carp.
And the ships, chips, and cars.
Yep. Cars.
And then about 90 minutes later, there was a change in the direction of
the news coverage.
News coverage.
Yeah.
And the next morning, I woke up, and there you are in the paper. Beautiful picture of you.
Beautiful.
You asked me what was going through your mind at that moment, and it was, I don't want my picture taken. That's all it was. I kind of wish I hadn't put my folder up in front of my face, but whatever. I was there.
Whatevs.
I mean, I just wrote a book about learning to laugh at yourself, so I'm pretty good at it, and we all make, we all have our moments.
We're good at it too.
Yeah. Very infantile, very petulant, the fact that you would resort to that.
Why would you go to the White House and think it's going to be like a private, covered up event?
I mean, Bill Maher is willing to go and have dinner with Trump and break bread, and she holds up a binder to cover her schnoz.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's a bad.
I just don't get, you're a politician.
Yep.
You expect people, you're the governor.
Mm-hmm.
You're not you're not a school board trustee where people are going to snap photos of you at a bagel shop. You're the governor of Michigan, a Democrat in the Republican White House. You don't want your picture taken? Okay, that's fine, but it's gonna happen. It comes with doing the whole hiding behind the folder thing. Like I said, it's more embarrassing than just having your picture taken.
Yeah, this is even more of a reason now next November to root for Ohio State to hammer Michigan on Thanksgiving weekend. 20-year-old men at the White House winning a national championship with more maturity than the governor of Michigan. Go Buckeyes.
Transgender activist Charlotte Clymer joined MSNBC's The Katie Fang Show on Saturday to discuss the ongoing political battle on transgender issues, warning that Democrats risk serious electoral consequences if they don't engage much more on the issue. Clymer, a former human rights campaign spokesperson, told Katie Fang that Democrats should be embracing transgender issues head on because they can easily win and have science on their side. Let's roll this person.
Right now, I'm not seeing a lot of fight from Democratic leadership in Congress, and that is a huge mistake, and I'll tell you why. We're going to get to next year, and I think Democratic leadership is hoping that trans issues will go away, that they'll be able to focus on broad economic issues and really fight the election on those terms. The problem with this thinking is that we have an open goal. No one's defending it. Why wouldn't Republicans keep kicking at that goal? Why wouldn't they keep filling that information void and having voters hear from just one side on trans issues? This is going to come up in the midterms. And if we don't fight back, if we don't contextualize it for the American people, we are going to suffer electorally. I promise you that.
Charlotte, you and I have talked about this offline. I mean, the Republicans love to fearmonger. That's their currency. It galvanizes people to vote based on fear, not on facts. I always like to say, don't vote on feelings, vote on facts. Ground our viewers right now on why making trans people the boogeyman is just something that the Republicans want to do right now. And to your point, they're going to move on from that, and they're going to make another group targeted, and the next round of fear-mongering continues.
I'm offended.
That gets right to the heart of it. So there are two things. First of all, according to polling, most Americans believe they don't personally know a trans person, which makes it a lot easier to be bystanders when the trans community is attacked. The second thing, of course, is that only one party is really talking about trans issues. It's the Republican Party. They've made trans issues one of their central topics in campaigning and the national discourse, what have you. The more the Democrats ignore this, the more it's going to come back to haunt us in future elections.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack here. I hope we have the time to do it because, number one, I would say Democrats already kind of cater and pander to you.
That's all they do.
Right. And even if they pivot away from the non-stuff, because I don't think it's really an issue. The only two things anybody ever talks about is whether a trans man, and it's usually the trans man, not the trans female, has a right to be in a biological female bathroom, locker room, or in competition in sports. And yes, LGBTQ, the entire collection of letters, I don't know, is it 18%, 17%, 22%, 12%? But the T, trans, is such a small percentage of Americans that maybe there are common sense Democrats out there, or even the Democrats that did cater to you, that have decided, you know what, the grift is over. You're not a large enough they're not going to die on that hill anymore and lose because of you. That might be the calculus here.
Yeah. Well, first of all, is this Charlotte person? That's a male, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just. I didn't want to assume, obviously, because that's
how dare
taboo
you?
these days.
Get mad
at
you.
How dare? How dare you? But the MSNBC host said that trans people have to be the new boogeyman, which is absolutely
boogie person.
Yeah, it's absolutely insensitive, and I am offended.
Yep.
It should be a boogie person. Birthing People's Day is less than a month away now, obviously, so to all the chest feeders out there with your bonus holes, thank you for
Mayor Pete.
Oh my God.
These are Mayor Pete. Oh, we brought him up. I didn't want to bring him up, but that's what we call him. We call him Packer Pete, right? We understand why. Because he worked for UPS, right? And he did a lot with the packages, including
Sean Farish.
Copious amounts of fudge, right?
We have breaking news. We have the Kevin Poles has made the Sean Farish action figure. Oh my
It's
God!
the first of its kind.
Phil actually already has it. Phil beat me to the punch.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Should we throw it in, or do we want to tease and bring the audience along?
It doesn't. Well, it doesn't super look like him.
You don't think so?
Uh-oh.
All right, let's let Sean youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the Sean Farish action figure. Put it up there.
I think that looks a lot. He's got a fork, pizza because he's been swatted,
and a SWAT team. A Constitution.
Constitution.
He worked at Radio Shack, maybe.
No, wait a minute.
If he works
look at the shirt. It doesn't say Trump.
It
says Trum.
Trum. T-R-R-U-M.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? Up or down?
Did Sherelle Parker spell that?
Yeah.
Yeah. E-E-L.
It's in beta right now.
It's in beta testing.
It's in beta.
Working on
My hair's not as long anymore either, but I mean it's close.
Yeah.
It says "Make America Onion." Yeah. Is that what that says?
No, that's not what.
What does that say?
Make
America.
Is that onion?
It's almost onion.
Yeah.
The hell is that?
Fascinating for our radio audience, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, make one for Anna, but if we can't get the spelling of names right, maybe we pause this activity for today.
Before we close up shop,
yeah,
Kevin, you gotta. He said he was having trouble finding a picture of you, Anna. So maybe there's not too many pictures.
Oh, thank God! All right,
maybe there's not too many pictures of you online.
Come on, Anna.
Right,
go to Anna's OnlyFans.
Yeah. We should take a break and probably say goodbye to Sean because he has things to do at 10 o'clock.
That's right, he does. All right. Sean Farish, great stuff, buddy. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
All right. We'll come back, wrap up the 9 o'clock hour. We've got movies, we've got music, we've got news. We're going to chat with Dom, and I've got one last story of the day. We talked earlier about tariffs and how it's impacting America with China. Where do you hear how Trump's tariffs and illegal immigration crackdown is hurting the beer industry?
And we can get into the SNL controversy if you want to.
Yes.
Because I know you have a lot of thoughts on
I
this.
have to get this off my chest as well.
Yeah.
All right, hang tight. We're back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It's springtime. Time to think about your lawn. What about your lawn care service? Years ago, I chose a lawn care service which delivers great results and is actually safer for my family, kids, and pets. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they do not believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush, green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to the safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising any safety. But you don't have to just take my word for it. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Now's the time. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year for a greener, healthier lawn, plus free seeding. 800-FREE-SEED. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realize fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardie fiber cement siding and Certainteed vinyl siding. Now, siding, it's not just for curb appeal. It also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years experience, and they complete every project with care and such precision. They always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, the options that best fit you and your home. So don't put this off. Take advantage. 15% off. Do this today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call, text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. It's Kayal Company. 9:54. Rolling along Tuesday morning, April 15th. Tax day, baby. Mikhail, Anna Hummel, Greg Stocker. Great work out of Sean Farish. He'll be back later this week. Phil Omquist is in studio with our new camera setup. High above. That's actually, we call that the Keith Olbermann angle.
Yeah, I'm not loving this shot, to be honest with you guys. It's too far away.
Why don't you come on this microphone real quick? Why don't you slide
No. I just arranged the board. I just arranged the board. So keep it there. But we're gonna have to have a meeting after the show because I don't love this. I don't love this angle. I'm gonna need to have a meeting with myself. Up or down? YouTube. I need your input. Up or down on the On the new,
It's too far.
It's too far away.
Unless we get
More
some real
Phil.
good zoom on it.
Yeah, we need to see more Phil.
Yeah.
Phil's become a character.
The Phil timers out there are eagerly anticipating today.
Yeah. By the way, Anna, you weren't with us yesterday, but I announced yesterday that Phil's Saturday night music show on this radio station beat all the other music stations
in this town.
In this town on that during that day part.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
Congrats, Phil, and
Thank
everyone
you.
else.
Yeah. Big shout out to the audience.
All the Phil timers out there.
Exactly right.
Yeah, this audience is number one, obviously.
He's number one.
Bingo hand job.
Damn right. All right. Before we get to the music, we like to get to the movies because with the movies comes a prize. Jimmy Kelly, what's our morning mystery movie clip today?
We're so late today.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And you, Dr. Goodhead, your desire to be America's first woman in space will shortly be fulfilled.
Leaving you on your flying stud farm, conceiving your new master race.
If you like, yes.
And of course, anyone not measuring up to your standards of physical perfection will be exterminated.
Certainly.
Interesting. Most interesting.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
How about this? Again, a pair of tickets. I shouldn't even say that. It's Fandango movie codes to see Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts.
From Marvel Studios. Only in theaters May 2nd. If you can identify that clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. You get a pair of Fandango movie codes to see Thunderbolts. Marvel Studios. Only in theaters May 2nd. Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. On April 15th, 2025, what occurred today, Philip, in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 15th, we celebrate the birthdays of Patrick Carney from the Black Keys, who's 45, Ed O'Brien from Radiohead, who's 57, and Phil Mogg from UFO, who's now 77. We also lost Joey Ramone in 2001, and yesterday, Judas Priest announced Les Binks died. Singles include Whole Lot of Shakin' Going On by Jerry Lee Lewis in 57, Everybody Hurts by REM in 93, Bad Mood Rising by CCR in 69, Saints of Los Angeles by Motley Crue in 2008, and Let Me Hear You Scream by Ozzy in 2010. Albums include Aftermath by the Stones in 66, Second Helping by Lynyrd Skynyrd in 74, Metal on Metal by Anvil in 82, and Rock for Light by Bad Brains in 83. Also in 89, the Bangles were atop the UK album chart. In 67, Frank and Nancy Sinatra became the only father and daughter act to ever score a #1 single. In 95, the Dave Matthews Band appeared on SNL for the first time. In 70, the Woodstock movie won the Oscar for Best Documentary Feature. In 71, the Beatles won their only Oscar for Best Original Song Score for Let It Be. But lastly, on this day in 71, Rolling Stone magazine reported the Illinois Crime Commission issued a list of drug-oriented rock records, including Jefferson Airplane's White Rabbit and Puff the Magic Dragon by Peter, Paul, and Mary. 420 is coming, by the way. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Umquist.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 5 days away. There you go.
By the way, Phil, when you get back into your studio, Kevin Pools has an Anna Hummel
okay.
Oh, God.
action figure.
I will get it momentarily.
Thank you.
It'd be nice if we get all 4 of them in the little boxes. I like action figures in a box.
Is that easy to do, Phil?
Is that hard? Or can you do it?
It's, yes, but yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
It's fine.
I mean, we have all morning.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
it's, I mean, it's,
it's always ish around here anyway in terms of time.
It's only 10 o'clock.
And there's always tomorrow.
But all right. I'll do it right now.
There he is, Phil Omquist with Today in Music History. We have our winner for the movie. Let me grab this right now. Matthew is in Sewell, New Jersey. Matthew, what movie did we just play for you?
It was Moonraker.
Yeah, Matthew.
Atta boy. All right, Matt, you got yourself some Fandango movie codes. How's that sound?
Awesome. Love your show, man.
Thank you,
guys
brother.
Are awesome.
All
Thank
right,
you,
bro.
Matt.
There he is, Matthew, our winner today.
By the way, a couple weeks ago when we gave out Phillies tickets on this program, I believe today is the game. Tonight's the game.
That's right, the Giants.
Yes, they're playing the Giants. So if you got your tickets for the Phillies game tonight through 1210 WPHT, I believe Dom gave them away too. So I think it was on this show and Dom's show. Tweet your photos and say thank you. Tag us and say thank you 1210 for the seats, because I'd love to live vicariously through you.
Damn right. All right, Anna's going to have some news for us here in about 20 seconds. Coming up still ahead, we've got this kind of, I call it comedy hypocrisy from the right when it pertains to what is good and what is offensive on Saturday Night Live. We'll get to that. Also, how Trump's illegal immigration crackdown is affecting the booze industry. We'll hit on that. But first, let's get to Anna Hummel with some news here at 10:01.
All right, let's do it. Not great news here. High school student mourning loss of entire family in upstate New York plane crash that killed all 6 passengers.
On second thought, let's go to SNL right away. No,
this is a horrible story.
Really sad story. A high school senior's life was plunged into tragedy after her entire family was killed in a private jet crash in upstate New York on Saturday. Anika Groff did not accompany her family on the plane that tragically crashed in Copiague near the Massachusetts border. Her parents, neurologist Michael Groff and urogynecologist Joy Saini, were killed alongside her 2 older siblings, Karina and Jared Groff. And if you read about the family, I mean, they were MIT, Harvard, like just high achievers. So really, really sad stuff.
And they went to Swarthmore College, right? Like that was the local tie-in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they were.
And this is just days after the one in the Hudson.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I know.
Are we going to have to revisit these numbers? I don't know. This is that. Every couple of days we're getting this.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, yes.
I mean, I don't know the answer.
I think the answer is yes, because we're only it's April 15th, and there's not a day that goes by that we're not talking about some sort of plane disaster.
Close call. Two wings colliding and clipping each other.
Oh, that was crazy. That was still on the ground though, right? Or that was in midair. But still,
that
like,
was still on the ground.
A lot of things happening.
Yeah.
Not great.
I don't know. And it's these. It's always these little planes too.
Yes, the private little.
Yeah, I'm not going up on those like Cessna things. No, thank you.
Oh God, no. The previous boss had one and would tell many a tale about how things got kind of dicey up in the air. But that's
the previous
boss. Not for me. Yeah, the previous boss. That's what he.
Anna, if you don't know, is a veteran of Florida radio, Tampa.
Yes.
Tampa specifically, Tampa radio. And for any radio heads out there, know it's a wild. That is a wild.
The Wild West of the South.
That's
a
wild
it's pretty
scene.
crazy out here.
What happens in Florida radio does not stay in Florida.
No, it doesn't.
Great
it gets
point.
broadcasted online, and everyone finds out about it. So
weird.
Hungary passes a constitutional amendment to ban LGBTQ plus public events. Seen as a major blow to rights.
Public events.
Yeah, so like parades and stuff, right?
Yeah, like festivals, I
Yep.
imagine. Hungary's parliament on Monday passed an amendment to the constitution that allows the government to ban public events by the LGBTQ plus communities, a decision that legal scholars and critics call another step toward authoritarianism by the populist government. I mean, it's kind of like if this is the will of the people, then... is this the will of the people?
So the LGBTQ plus community that feels so oppressed and attacked in America for simply just not being able to compete against women in sports or to use the potty with women. Do you think you're really oppressed? I mean, could you imagine if this was Hungary, right? No So basically no Pride Month, right? Pride Month's coming up in about 6 weeks here in America.
June.
The whole month of June?
Yeah, they got the whole month. The whole month of June. But I guess this is the will of the people. And it's so funny because in America, they always say how many more rights and civil liberties the Europeans have over us. And I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Wow. Phil, good job.
There it is.
Wow.
That actually, she's got the karate suit,
I'm
the jiu-jitsu.
not a brown belt, so that's stolen valor. That needs to be blue.
Oh, so you're the Tim Walz of box 2.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. The Kayal and Company action figures has been completely made up. I guess Anna is now a member of Kayal and Company. Look at this. And the three of us have our own action figures.
Now, what are those two?
like
Are those blocks of cheese?
Are those the wooden boards that they break in karate?
Be. They must
Because I don't do karate.
Now, why is your bong smaller than Greg's?
No, my bong is huge.
I don't.
Greg's got a big bong.
Excuse me. It's a very, very big bong.
Isolate that, Jimmy. So you've got the American flag. You stole your karate suit from Ralph Macchio. And,
well, that's a gi. That's fair. It's the belt.
Your
the
karate
color of
suit.
The belt. The karate suit. No, we wear gis, but it definitely needs to be a blue belt.
You know, if they did a remake,
walking around with that.
if we did the Karate Chick starring Anna Hummel, it would probably go better than the one with Will Smith's kid.
There was a female Karate Kid. It was
Hilary Swank.
Hilary Swank. Thank you.
Was her
the
really?
next Karate Kid.
I must have missed that bad.
Everybody missed it.
Okay.
It came out
I
it came out in like the mid '90s.
No, that's my wheelhouse
That's the only movie you've mentioned on the show that I've actually seen.
and it's probably one of the worst.
It is, for sure.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're here if you want to see the 3-person action figure with Kayal, Anna, and myself.
And I'm the only one that's fat.
Anna, what do you think? Do you think it looks like you?
Yeah.
It's all right. I thought it'd be way worse, but I'll take that.
Who's the most accurate, if you had to guess?
Probably yours.
I think
Mine?
I think it's me. Sadly. Look how fat my legs look.
It's just because they make you look so short.
It's like I
They
was
really round it
compressed.
down.
It's like somebody put me in like a compressor.
Yeah. It's not good. I do have one more story I want to get to because it's a fun one.
They even have Anna's teeth.
Yeah.
By the way, Hummel, you got great. Are those authentic teeth or do you have veneers?
They are real teeth.
Those are real chompers.
2 years
Man,
of braces.
Wow, 2 years of braces.
When I was a kid, I used to have like buck teeth, and then they gave me braces, and they just made all of my teeth buck teeth.
So
is
I'm
what
way
they did,
I'm
it
way
seems
off. I
like.
thought those were veneers.
No,
That's a good job out of you.
Thank you.
I mean, there's some fat radio hosts that used to be in the city that got fake teeth. So I thought maybe you, like, because when you were making all that Bubba Cash, that maybe you got hooked up.
Nope. The teeth are real. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Good work.
Thank you. There is a scientific formula for the perfect day.
Oh, I like this.
I already know what it is. Started with a coffee and ended with a cocktail.
There you go. A new study published by researchers at the University of British Columbia analyzed data from the American Time Youth Survey, which recorded how thousands of people spent their time across more than 100 activities. Apparently, the formula for the perfect day goes as follows. 6 hours with family.
Oh, boy.
It's already wrong.
Plus 2 hours with friends, plus 1.5 hours of extra socializing, plus 2 hours of exercise, plus 1 hour of eating and drinking, but with less than 6 hours of work, indulging in only 1 hour of screen time and a 15-minute commute. Why are they like calculating work into the perfect day?
Well, you could love your job like I do.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course, but most people don't.
Right. Well,
So
that's a
bit
them
odd.
problem.
Yeah. So there you go.
Choose
6 hours
a
of
better
family
career.
time.
What can I tell you?
It's not my fault.
6 hours of family time. Oh, that's a lot of family time.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of family time.
And extra socializing and 2 hours
Yep.
of exercising.
I'll give you here's my perfect day. I just jotted this down.
Okay.
Coffee, radio show, nap, golf, dinner with family, cocktail on patio as the sun goes down. Perfect day.
No sex?
Pretty solid day.
No sex. I'm married with children.
Just quiet time and a drink.
Yeah.
By the way, Brian Wagner, thank you, my friend. I believe that's 91 Alex Exer. I could be wrong. And if I'm besmirching you, sir, I apologize. Facts for folks who think the aviation incidents are way up. According to the NTSB, there were 67 incidents in January. In 2024, there were 80. In 2023, there were 90. In 2022, there were 82. In 2021, there were 74. In February, there were 78 incidents. In 2024, there were 93. In 2023, there was 82. In 2022, it was 99. In March, there have been 8. In 2024, there was 113. In 2023, it was 106. In 2022, it was 114. And 2021, it was 114. So,
We're wrong.
We are wrong.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you this, Brian. If you have any facts on this, I'd love to see them. What about incidents where there were fatalities? Because, mid-air incidences are a thing, but if there's no death or there's no crashing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Is this commercial and private?
I believe so. Accidents by calendar year and month, according to the NTSB.
Okay.
So we'll see.
All right.
Cool. All right, we should take a break.
All right, we'll come back. We'll give you a clip or two, a story. Dom Giordano will be in, and then we will talk to him as we continue. Get your action figures. By the way, we should put them in the merch store.
We should also, what we should do, Phil, if you can do this, put the three box action figures of us up during the commercial break so the people who are tuning in to YouTube can see the lovely work that our friend Kevin Pools did.
And leave mine there until I'm 195. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provide smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Attention! If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Spring into savings now at National Appliance Warehouse. Upgrade your laundry for less with LG. Get a top-load washer and large capacity dryer from LG. Regularly $749 each for only $598.88 each. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Rocket from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal and Company, bonus edition, as technically we are in Dawn Stensland territory, the Dawn Show, 10 to noon. The Dom Show normally at noon, but Dom will get started in a couple of minutes, and he's in studio with us. Hello, Dom.
Hello, Nick.
A lot of stuff to talk about here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So you want to talk tariffs, you want to talk China, or do you want to talk Trump's reported weight?
Yeah. Now, that was in the Oval Office. Hi, Anna.
Hi.
Chuckling.
Good
Yeah,
to see you.
he was in the Oval Office. That's a few years ago. And I thought he was about 280, 285 then.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
you're calling nonsense on 224.
Yeah, 224. And this congressman, Nick, saying we might lose him to the NFL. He added the body fat is only 4.8.
Oh.
The congressman said that.
Okay.
No way.
Not me.
Yeah.
There's no way
He's a
people would
bodybuilder?
kill for a body fat. of
I
that.
mean,
Yeah.
at this rate, let's just have him replace Dallas Goedert at tight end and get on with the show.
What are we in North Korea? Like where
Yeah.
where it's like he's the most perfect specimen that's ever lived.
I know.
Well, I mean,
are we
I
doing?
would concede this. He is lucky to eat, to not exercise, to mock it, and to be in, particularly for age,
Oh yeah.
the upper level of it.
Mhm.
So why have to gild the lily with all this stuff?
Do you, Dom? Do you agree? Do you know what your resting heart rate is?
I don't. No,
You don't?
you know what? I saw what his was, and I think it's,
62 beats per minute, which is really good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the normal range for like a person like my age is between 60 and like 80.
Yeah.
And you know, to have somebody who's 78 whose resting heart rate is 62. But again, no booze, you know what I mean? So does he drink coffee?
Drinks Diet Coke. Diet Coke. I've never seen him drink water.
The elixir of youth.
Yeah,
and
that's
health,
true. Well, I'm
apparently.
still in the camp that says drinking wine's good for you. I don't care what the science may
Amen to
say,
that.
et cetera.
Amen to that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, harder liquor, come on.
Yes.
So there's a limit here.
Yes. And by the way, Dan Borowski is, according to sources off the air, Dan Borowski weighs 220.
Hang on, Dan.
So if you think Trump's only 4 pounds heavier than Dan Borowski, you might be part of the
I gotta
problem.
see this.
Hang on, put on your mic, Dan.
Here he comes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Come into the studio.
Dan Borowski coming in now. 6 foot what?
Go into the studio.
What is he?
6'7", 9
6'7"?
10ths. I was promised a 6'8" producer.
Okay.
Greg reneged on a 10th there,
Right.
but yeah.
So Dan Borowski legitimately could probably be Joel Embiid's fill-in on a nightly basis for the Sixers.
Very unathletic.
And the results probably wouldn't change. Now,
That's
Dan
true.
Borowski, you are. Let's get your official tale of the tape here, as he's
Yes.
putting on his headsets. Here we go.
So I am 6'7" and what is it?
9 10ths.
9 tenths is what Dom always says. 220 pounds. And,
220.
Yeah, and body fat of like 40%.
40%.
No, come on. That's not true.
You carry it well.
Nah, I don't know. But,
No, it's not
but
true.
0% muscle, I can tell you that much. I haven't been in the
Okay.
gym in a long time.
I can't believe 220. Look at here.
So
Yeah,
fu-
that's
so-
no
Well,
way.
he's 6'9" or something.
Yeah, well, that's true, but still.
So
Yeah, that's
five
all
Even
I'm
a
saying.
flat belly,
Yeah.
though, right?
5. Yeah. I wish my belly was that
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah.
5 inches taller than Trump, but yet only 4 pounds lighter. Come on.
Rest our case, Your Honor.
Matter.
Your witness.
You're a witness. You're a witness.
Yeah.
Anna, do you agree that if Dan Borowski is 220 pounds, Donald Trump is certainly not?
Yeah, that's a fib if I've ever heard one. And 4% body fat, do they know what that looks like? But most bodybuilders would kill to be at 4% body fat.
Yeah.
So it's just ridiculous.
Well, to be fair, I think they said 4.8%.
Oh, well then, never mind.
Who said that?
Move the decimal place.
Who said that? Do you guys know?
Who's the doctor?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Walter Reed. Now, Ronnie Jackson's a great guest to have on, but when he was doing your physical, Greg, you could walk out, go run a marathon right now. Anybody. That's what that guy's
Walter
gonna
Reed
say.
was the doctor?
But Walter Reed Hospital.
Oh, okay,
so I'm not sure the doctor. They're not giving that up yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Do we have time to get to the clip, or what do we want?
No, we should break and hand things over to Dom. I think we've yacked long enough here.
Yeah, that was good though. That's the kind of crossover I like. We talk about the issues that matter, like comparing Borowski to Trump's body mass index. It's my kind of show.
What do you have coming up this morning, Dom?
Yeah, you have a big guest coming up.
We have Bill O'Reilly coming on at 12:45, which I'll ask him about that with Trump. We'll get to the bottom of it, but. Also, he does his roadshow with Cuomo and Stephen A. Smith. And they had, with Stephen A. Smith, quite an hour back and forth. Will Smith run? The new celebrity hot guy is Jon Stewart. He's the one. He's polling better than Stephen A. Smith.
Jon Stewart? I did not know this.
Yeah.
He said that he's interested in running at all, or
He's not, but he's
the
the worst. The pseudo intellectual. I thought that was over with Jon Stewart, but now it's back.
Do you think that the Democrats legitimately should consider the outsider?
Yeah, I think they have to, because the people they're considering, or the second rated or the top rated governor is Bashir.
Mm-hmm.
That guy would get torn apart. That's the guy that went after J.D. Vance's heritage and the whole deal from Kentucky.
Right.
Yeah.
And if he walked in, nobody would recognize
exactly.
who
is this guy?
Right.
Exactly. No, they have to go for something outside the box.
What do you think of Stephen A. Smith as a candidate?
As a candidate, I think he's got enough bluster to get by, Greg, in that he's pretty, and he's a good guy behind the scenes. I debated him on NBA basketball, and he was generous on that. He didn't stand up and start screaming and pointing, but I can't imagine the intricacies of Ukraine or the tariffs. That might not be good.
Neither can his producer.
Right? Yeah. And I can imagine LeBron James might enter into Ukraine or something there. That's how it might go.
By the way, Kayal, I don't know if you know this. Dom Giordano is like a savant with basketball.
I've heard that. Yes.
He could. My friend Spike Eskin, who knows a lot about the 76ers.
Yep.
I believe that if you get Dom and Spike to debate, I believe Dom would win.
I think.
This is really.
No, it's true. It's absolutely true.
You should go on his Rights to Ricky Sanchez podcast.
I would be happy to do it and bring him on here. He did come on here talking. He's very knowledgeable, but he's pretty doctrinaire.
Okay. Yes.
He doesn't let a word go by. Well, you have to have rules.
And he's very good at arguing. So
he's very good.
Which I know you are too. But I'm just saying that it would be. I would pay for that.
I would too.
I'm sure the program director though wants no part of him on this radio station.
Tom Giordano on this afternoon. Can you imagine? Where are the torches?
Yeah.
Great stuff. Dom, have a good show.
Thanks.
What time did you say Bill O'Reilly?
At 12:45.
12:45.
Bill O'Reilly, 12:45.
All right, stay tuned for that.
Anna.
Great job, Anna.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're coming back tomorrow, I guess?
I sure am, yes.
That's right.
Yes.
All right, get your Anna Hummel action figures, 1210WPHT.com.
Yeah.
They're selling like
Teeth
hotcakes.
are real. Teeth are real.
I was stunned. I lost the bet.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Really?
I had you down.
That's hilarious.
I had you down for veneers, maybe with Dr. Bentz, but yeah.
No, they're real.
All right, bro. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, guys.
All right,
Appreciate
everybody,
it.
have a great rest of your Tuesday. Stay tuned. Dom is up next. It'll be Anna and Bruno with me and Greg tomorrow.
Oh, good
and
God.
we will see you. I'm going to take some Tylenol right now.
Oh, my God.
Get to the massage parlor, and we'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Take care, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed.